ただいま。ただいま。Okay, 欢迎大家好。Right, welcome, welcome. Ooh, whenever you stop talking, after a while, you kind of feel like the soreness coming back up. All right, it is day 133. We gotta get it's new vocab day. Quickly, let's recall the last 2 units. I think Chinese goes quite quickly nowadays. In before, this is one of the longest units. I don't know. It kind of varies dramatically. Okay, so unit 37, right? Uh, okay, what was it? Discuss sports events, or like discuss sports things. That's a good start. You start by not writing anything. Okay. Okay. Use our context clues. Oh, this was a correction. I've been writing this simplified radical pointing in the wrong direction for a while. So that was yesterday's realization. So now it's pointing in the correct direction. Okay. 锻炼练习 time 2个月加油参加参加快要 oops 快要快要比赛快要比赛妈上一次上一次上一次的比赛什么比赛？打打，whoops，打篮球，打篮球， 网网球，网球，网球，排球，乒乓球，有信心，有信心。嗯，好在期望，ooh, I botched that one really tough. Okay. 希望赢赢了，失望，失望，输，输，输，输了，呃，definitely more than this. Do you have any conditionals? Nope. I think that's good enough. Gotta move on. Maybe I'll remember something. Yesterday I remembered something while doing Unit 36. Last time for Unit 36. Describe people, I think. Yes. Oh, maybe it's not actually. Oh, it is describe people. Neat. It's kind of nice when your memory still works. 介绍好人别人法国人不但而且 帅帅聪明笑说话，oops，这时候，什么时候？什么时候？住哦住祝祝你生日生日快乐。Oh, this is where I got my inspiration for my last two prompts, or largely the most recent prompt on Horizon. 新年新年新年春节春节春节春节春春春节春节节日节日多喝干杯干杯礼物礼物送给过酒哦，干杯饮品红酒红酒白酒 oops no one saw that okay I think that's good I yeah man writing comes out so quicker in Chinese okay yeah we're good I don't have to look we're fine next unit is communicate at school. I imagine I can use a lot of these because I will be largely talking about school most of the time. I talk about school a lot, or in the context of school. So let's look at the guidebook. We have we don't have a grammar box. Oh, 请问你有没有 pen? I'm gonna say B.
请问你有没有笔？
Nice. B. I don't know. I felt intuitively that's what pen was. So, I don't actually know this character. This is a new character, and it doesn't really have any relations with a character that sounds like B. Does it? No. Yeah, I wouldn't have to. 我没有笔。这次中文 something 是要多少 something time or question. Oh, it's probably question. Is that supposed to be related to how? Wait, no.
这次中文考试有多少题？
T. Oh, T. And 考
这次中文考试有多少题？
exam call. Okay, we got two new characters here. Call and T. Question and exam.
这次中文考试有多少题？
Sure is being used differently too. Neat. My questions are. We're getting deep. 请问我们的 I can't read that. No, I don't have that. 是在哪里？是在哪儿？So that second one, 是 it's room, like or 办公室, right? Like 是 in 办公室. So 是在哪儿? So what is this?
请问我们的教室在哪儿？
教Oh, wait. No, it's not the same 教。
请问我们的教室在哪儿？
Is it? No. No, I don't think so. Do you know those classmates? 同学, right? 同学 is still there? Yes. Wow, 同学. 同学 is how many units ago? I think that was section 1. 认识 哦，你认识那些同学吗？
你认识那些同学吗？
Yeah, all right. That last one was a good one. All right.
李
Okay. Where are we going with Li? That's a different Li though. Curious. What type of and we get pinyin. Okay. This is 书是教室懂 Interesting. It has heavy in it with a crown. It's something that deals with 懂理
懂
Interesting.
懂是
理
练
教室
你们一定不可以迟到。
你们一定 Ooh, I get to practice eating and eating. 你们一定不可以迟到. You you can't possibly, you can't be late. Oh, 迟到. You can't be late to arrive. 迟到, to late, yeah. You must not be late. You must not be. 你们一定不可以迟到. Yeah. All old vocabulary actually. Oh, that was a review exercise. I'm a doofus.
懂
Don't
教室
教室. I'm a doofus. That literally said that. Oh, you know what this reminds me of? 教室. This is tradition. And tradition in Japanese, this character in tradition in Japanese is also linked to teaching. To teaching. 教える. No, 教える. Yeah, 教える. And then this is a classroom. Got it. Duolingo, pretty accurate. Will probably get you SAK, HSK 1 through 3. I believe it, I suppose. I don't really know the HSK levels, but that's neat. Manila. Are you a Mandarin language learner, or are you like a speaker of Mandarin? What is your experience and what is your interest? How are you engaging with language learning? What is your interest?
教室是
是
是我不懂
You are a Cantonese speaker, but you do know a lot of Mandarin? I see. I am a Fujianese speaker, and I was illiterate in Mandarin before I started. Before Duolingo, I was illiterate. So that's where we start. However, orally, like listening, Cantonese and Mandarin is okay. Reading is not okay. I'm illiterate in both until recently, and I speak Fujianese. Whoa, 我不懂. Interesting. I don't understand. Instead, 我不明白.
懂
Oh, this is kind of like わかりました and しない or not しない. Oh, it's kind of like the two in Japanese. Oh, to know and to understand. Oh, yeah, I get it. 我不懂. That makes sense. Now that we've can link it with Japanese. Yeah, the difference between knowing and understanding. So reading can be challenging? Well, yeah, the reading can be challenging, but that's not what I was suggesting. My point was that I didn't know how to read. The reading itself is not challenging, or like I find it very, very entertaining and incredibly fun. I actually write most of the time. I write Hanzi. It's I grew up and I didn't learn how to read. Yeah, like I didn't learn how to read since I'm in ABC. I'm a American-born Chinese. My parents, growing up, did all they could to put me in English-speaking schools. So most of my time was done with English. And Fujianese is not written. I mean, you can try. I don't know how it works, but Fujonese is entirely oral, so there's no necessity to read anything. Now I'm having a lot of fun finally seeing characters that are linked with all the sounds. Yeah, 我不懂. Yeah.
你懂老师在说什么吗？
你懂老师？你懂
你懂
老师？你懂老师？
老师？
什么？
你懂老师在说什么吗？
哦，你懂老师在说什么？
你懂老师在说什么吗？
在说什么吗？Interesting. I didn't think you need the ma, but that makes sense.
说什么吗？
你懂老师在说什么吗？ Fair enough. Interesting.
我明天有地理课。
我明天有地理课。Actually, can I ask? So since you're a Cantonese speaker, how is English done in where you are from? Or unless you're also like a diaspora. I'm not sure if you're diaspora. Oftentimes when someone says they're Cantonese speakers, they're probably Hong Kong, probably, most of the time. And how's English done for that? Is it side by side? I was like asking what it's like to be outside. English was definitely challenging. Okay. How long have you been doing like all of your language stuff? Also, I'm not sure if you're currently learning a language. Are you interested in learning another language? I actually think a little bias here. I actually think it feels very natural or fun for someone who's already speaking and reading multiple languages to pick up another language. It makes the current languages really, really interesting. Like I can't help but think about Japanese every time I'm learning Chinese, maybe even more so than thinking about Fujonese, the connection with Fujonese. Like 我明天有地理课what is that? 地理 Are you serious? Italian? Really?
理
No, geography. Oh, Li. Oh, yeah. Actually, I don't know how to say geography in Fujonese. D is ground thing. But Li, oh, that's interesting. So that must be like the study of. D is the earth or the ground. And Li, interesting. And then Ke. That's kind of cool. But it's mandatory to learn English, and it took me about a year or two to learn English to understand it. And language you're currently learning is Spanish. Oh, how is that going? My first language in a classroom setting was Spanish. I am moving to Spanish and reviewing Spanish in like the next 3 or 4 months. And I'm in the United States, so Spanish is a practical get. Like you can find a lot of Spanish speakers to interact with. It's going good. It's pretty easy, but the grammar is kind of confusing. I see. Are we talking about your standard like conjugation? I think the structure itself is fine, but I feel it's pretty stereotypical. However, but generally speaking, it's probably the conjugation system. They teach Spanish in United States schools. Yeah, they teach Spanish. The standard stock language is Spanish, German, and French. Spanish, German, and French. However, Spanish is overwhelmingly the majority, and Spanish, of course, is the second most diverse language, like in the United States. So oftentimes you really can't go into a city without hearing someone speak Spanish. So Spanish, I took it's roughly 3 years. Did 2 years in high school, and then it's like 1.5 years in high school, and then 2 years in college. Although it's been quite some time, so I look forward to it. I look forward to Spanish. Spanish is Hispanic Spanish, is what I learned. I was told that Duolingo uses a mix, which is interesting. And also, you can specifically do Catalan if you designate your language as Spanish. Also, here's something about Cantonese, Manila. I know you're a Cantonese speaker already. If you change your language to Mandarin in Duolingo, there's a Cantonese course. Which I'm very, very curious what they actually include in the Cantonese thing, because that is interesting. It's very interesting. 真的吗？真的，真的 yeah 真的 I'm actually, I would love to hear what people who speak Cantonese think of how they included it. Yeah, you're curious, right? I'm really, really used to hearing Cantonese and Mandarin, but I as a American English speaker, I wasn't ever incentivized to produce Cantonese or Mandarin. However, I know how to respond in Cantonese and Mandarin, largely for conversation, like typical conversation, like eating, going to a restaurant and buying groceries, that kind of stuff, usually. And I don't know if you know how Duolingo works, but they usually prioritize the most popular languages in development. So Cantonese can't be too big. It's hard for me to imagine that there's a lot there. However, it is pretty cool that it's even there in the first place. What is the last thing? 是的. I don't know the last character. I guess that means yes, right? Still, loosely yes. But I don't know what the last character is. I knew never they had Cantonese language on Duolingo. Hey, it is wild that they included Cantonese. So that means that there might be some interest involved. Usually the development of the courses are proportional to the language learners. I recently listened to a podcast that someone interviewed Louis Van Daan, the CEO, and he mentioned something. He mentioned at least the top 8 languages when it comes to like user preference, like voluntary user preference, and Mandarin actually barely made the cut at number 8. Japanese was at 6. And then you can probably guess what number 1 is. It's English. And then Spanish is number 2. And then third is French. And then the rest, tanks. So like these 3 make up quite like, I'm gonna guess it's probably gonna make up 80% of users. and then the rest just tanks to oblivion. The last character is ah. Oh. Yeah, yeah. It was really interesting. The CEO said a lot of things that were very interesting. Like the users, like what people are interested in, are not, they do not correlate with how many people speak or what they speak. So when you're thinking like, oh, you know, there are a lot of Spanish speakers, for example, or like there are a lot of Spanish speakers in the world, and then because there are a lot of Spanish speakers in the world, there might be a lot of people who don't speak Spanish who are interested in speaking Spanish. That's not correlated. So it's kind of like how Mandarin is number 8, right? And that's how Japanese is number 6, because Japanese, the population is very, very small. It's a very small population. even if it's all in Japan, like 99.9% of Japanese speakers are in Japan, it's a very small population, right? And it's a very selective population. So it's really interesting that their data reflects the position of the language in terms of like how diverse the language. And obviously English is really outnumbers, largely due to the nature, and most of these people aren't like, they're people who find that the influence of the language useful, which is great. So may I ask, why are you learning Spanish? What is it about Spanish that interests you? Your English is already fantastical, so it's not like we have to talk about English. English is weird though. English is very weird. So 地理课. Oh. Oh. Interesting. 地理. 地理.
你认识那些同学吗？
你认识那些同学吗？那些同学吗？请问 Oh, this is a new vocabulary. 请问教室在哪儿？ They went with 哪儿。 I usually say naughty.
我们
Oops.
请问教室
Oh, 我们的教室在哪儿？
哪儿？
Oh, we just went over this. Okay. 你认识那些同学吗？ A Spanish speaker had came to a restaurant and they didn't know Cantonese, and I asked if they knew English, and they did, and I translated and I heard how the person spoke Spanish and got influenced. Oh my gosh, that's so great. I love that story. Wow. You sound like a very enthusiastic person. If such an impression, that person must have been left quite an impression. Spanish is great. I enjoy listening to Spanish. Whenever I get out of town, like in the United States, whenever I walk out into the city, you hear Spanish all the time. So that's kind of neat. It's a very cute story. Oh, do you work in a restaurant? Yeah, even though I didn't understand none of it. Here's my little short story about my first exposure to Spanish. My parents. Oh, you used to. I see. My parents used to operate restaurants. You probably already know most of this stuff. My parents is from Fuzhou. They're Fujianese, so they came to the United States. They operate in American Chinese restaurant, which is what Fujianese people often do. And my first exposure is Spanish because Spanish is the second biggest language, even back then. And it's even more so now. My parents had Spanish customers, like Spanish speaking customers, Hispanic customers. So in order to serve them, they learned the four most common items that that Spanish people would typically order when going to the restaurant, and one of them is papas fritas, French fries. And then my parents picked up pollo, right? Because chicken wings, we serve chicken wings and French fries. So like pollo asado, pollo asado, I think, and then papas fritas, right? So and every time I remember when the customer comes in, I didn't know, I was a kid that only knew English at the time, so I take other people's orders when I'm in the front or if I have time, and when that person comes in, my father would be yelling like really happily and jovial, like papas fritas, see, and like, yeah. Those are like my early childhood days, like when I was 11 and 12, when they were still running the restaurants. Seems like it reflects the most desired languages. Japan really punches above its weight. Yeah, Japanese is really punching above its weight. I really encourage people to listen to the podcast from Louise Van Dam when in Decoder. I think Patel, the host of that podcast, the show is called Decoder. I really like that podcast. I really do think the founder, the CEO of Duolingo, is incredibly well spoken, and he is incredibly grounded in his perspective. And he's kind of loose-lipped about saying data related things. So I really enjoyed his podcast. It was like an hour and a half long. Lots of comments that align with my perspective on language learning, like what I feel Duolingo is trying to do, like why they make these choices and whatnot. So it really checked out. Obviously, I won't ever be influential enough to interview the CEO of Duolingo. However, it's nice to see that someone else did and confirmed a lot of my suspicions, and I quite like that it sounds like someone that I can resonate with, like when it comes to the building philosophy of building a long-lasting product. That's actually a great story. Yeah, papas fritas. I don't think I've ever heard them say something like yo quiero papas fritas or something like that. I maybe, I don't know. The other one that I usually talk about when it comes to language is Fujianese. So here's one last story that I use all the time because I still remember this when I think I was 11 years old. Maybe, something like that. Someone said, "See you tomorrow." So a lot of times customers eat regularly, like they eat on a daily basis, because my parents operate a restaurant that was incredibly affordable in a lower income area, right? So they would say, "See you tomorrow." And if you say "see you tomorrow" to a Fujianese person, it almost sounds like we need soy sauce, or it's really more saying see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, as in the soy sauce ran out. See you tomorrow. And when you say soy sauce ran out, you're saying can I have soy sauce? Because it's non-translatable. It's a non-translatable phrase. So when you say see you tomorrow, oh, the soy sauce ran out, you're asking for soy sauce. You're like, oh, I don't have any soy sauce. And one of the workers kept saying, why don't we give them soy sauce? Like, I don't understand. Don't we give them soy sauce packets? And that lasted forever. Like, I'm like, oh man, that's funny. Like, so whenever the customer like leaves, they say see you tomorrow, see you tomorrow, and they're like, what do you mean? Like, we put soy sauce in their bags, like we Wait, so that's one of the stories that happen all the time. And basically yeah, like see you tomorrow, the see you tomorrow is saying soy sauce. We don't have any more soy sauce. And see you tomorrow is the phrase. I don't think I can live that one down. I think that one is priceless. And it's one of those things, like, it's a dialect, so, and it's relevant because most restaurants or a big majority of restaurants still to this day are run by Fujianese people in the United States. So whenever you go like a Chinatown and stuff, you can probably hear the Fujianese dialect. And see you tomorrow. Oh, come on. Yeah. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Anyways. There you have it. I'll show you see you tomorrow, Fictitious. Do you need soy sauce, Fictitious? Are you short on soy sauce? Your classroom is next to mine. 我的教室在你的旁边？
美术
在你的旁边？你的 wait. Oh, I guess you don't need to say it again. Aw, dang it. It's 你的教室是我的 oh yeah. Flip around so then you don't have to repeat. Okay, I got it. Yeah, 你的教室在我的旁边。Yeah, fair enough. That makes sense. Go with the position first. Go with the object in relative position first. Okay. No, you put 你的 first. Oh, you do? Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah. I got it. Sorry. Latency. Stream. What you call it? Stream. What do people call it? The stream lag. The latency between the stream. Yeah, stream lag. Yeah. I was reading your message and it was already too late. You know what this reminds me of? A shady cat. You know what I mean? Like this reminds me of if you took 笑 and then you put it on top of 猫 or 毛 and knock it off, put it on here, and then you got a shady cat. Not that Mao is cat though, but it's still funny that it reminds me of a shady cat. It doesn't matter. Oh, it doesn't? Oh yeah. No, yeah. At the stream lag, yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Sorry. I'm still on stream lag.
树
树. Who? 树. Interesting. What is that gonna be? Okay.
笔、
教
教室、
室、
树、懂、
题、
题、
题。Oh, review. Okay. Review,谁让 谁让 Is it 谁让 Yeah. 谁让谁让谁让那条裤子很便宜，但是不舒服。谁让
舒服、
哦
舒服。虽然
谁让 Whoops, I said 谁 because of Japanese. 谁让对，谁让那条
那条
裤子
裤子很便宜，
便宜，
但
但
是不舒服。
OK，
题、懂、笔、树、教
教室 Oops. I was thinking something about 书笔 Right, pen 笔
我没有笔。
我没有笔 Well, go get one. 我没有笔
这个问题很难。
这个问题很难 Oh, hey, 这个问题很难 This question is difficult. Oh, this is difficult question. Oh, that English kind of hurts my soul a little. 这个问题 Yeah, 问题 question 这个问题很难Oh. English is my second language, folks.
如果你有问题，请给我打电话。
Dude, let me explain myself. When I'm translating Chinese, I'm translating literally. As in, what I mean is, I keep forgetting that the English sentence, including Japanese, the English sentence doesn't sound right. However, that's what I hear when I'm like listening to Chinese, and it's not unintelligible. As in, this is difficult question. That is how I hear my parents talk. Like, what I mean is when you don't need to rearrange it. But then I always laugh because it's not grammatically correct, or it's not like English friendly, and it happens all the time. Oh my gosh, it's like 90% of the time. You not like my cake? I know, right? Yes, is it? Okay? Yes, is it? True, is it? Gosh, it happens so often.
如果你有问题，请给我打电话。
如果
你有问题，请给我打电话。
如果你有问题，请给我打电话。
给我打电话。
打电话 Whoops, wrong tongue. 打电话 If you have a question, call me. Right. If you have a question, please call me. Yes, I like your cake. Right? That sounds kind of sussy. Timmy. Why? Timmy, why are you talking about cake? You know? Sorry. Kids these days, right? What I mean by a cake is kids these days. Are you familiar with this? The cake was a lie? No. The cake was a lie is our gen. The cake was a lie is so 2000. Cake. You know, the cake. You know, the cake? Like when something's caked. I hear this way too much, so that's where my mind went. Like when you check out someone's butt, like their cake. That's kind of yeah, like you just said, yes, I like your cake. Obviously, I'm like, what? Oh, caked. Oh, being caked. Oh yeah, that's like 1990s to get caked. Oh yeah, or being baked. Yeah, bake a cake. Nowadays, kids these days, man, they're talking about cake, that cake, and I'm like, okay, good old English. Sorry, I couldn't help but think like, you not like my cake? I always wondered. There's stuff caked on your teeth. Go floss. Ooh, real good. Caked, as in like coated. Yeah, coated cake. I always I had wondered when other people speak, right? Like people of other languages. Like for example, Manila. I don't know if you find any of this funny. Like if you hear a Cantonese speaker talk about cake, do you ever like laugh and say, "Oh man, that's not what I thought." I was thinking about. Yeah, that's 90s speaking. Yeah. I think it's really funny. And it would be fun to learn Mandarin and learn Cantonese or whatever language enough to also talk like that, like talk about those funny things about your own language. In English, I talk about English all the time, so it goes without saying. I actually really love when languages kind of like change and you gotta keep up. Not that I'm afraid to embarrass myself at any time. I think people don't like that because they're afraid of embarrassing them, and that's understandable. Cake, man, it hits different nowadays. Just let me cook. Yeah, I laugh a lot when they mention that. Okay. Yeah, just let me cook. Imagine explaining to someone. I've already started working up all these things. Like, how do you explain to someone who's learning English what "let them cook" mean? Right? Like, if someone go online and they're learning English, what do they think mean "let them cook"? And then I'm thinking to myself, what if I said that in Japanese? What does that mean? Let them cook. or even Cantonese. I don't know if you have a phrase. If you go around and say "let them cook," would it work out? That kind of thing is really. I have so many burning questions when I'm learning a new language. So many burning questions. How can you not enjoy learning a new language? Sorry, I'm being pedantic now. Being pedantic. Obviously, learning a language is very frustrating. It takes a lot of time, so it's not for everyone. But for myself, it's like, you gotta ask these questions. They're so much fun.
对不起，我有问题。
You had to explain that to a Japanese guy, you think? Let them cook means this. Oh, you did. You had the opportunity. I had the opportunity to explain let them cook to someone who spoke Russian. It depends. I see, Manila. 对不对？对不起，我有问题。Oh, that almost sounded like I have a problem.
有问题
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So what do they have? Sorry, I have a question. Oh, they just went with question. 我有
对不起，我有问题。
我有问题. It can come off as like, oh, well, I have a problem, as opposed to I have a question. 对不起，我有问题. Interesting.
你明天会上课吗？
你明天会上课吗? You had to explain to a few people what it meant. Yeah. I had people explain it to me, so I have people explain a lot. Like I had kids explaining to me many of these things. Let's just say I'm only gonna say this once, and it's not clickbait or anything. I genuinely feel discomforting when when a kid came up to me, or two said, I can't even spell it. Skippity, Ohio, Phantom. And I don't even think it's Phantom like this way. Phantom tax. I had several people try to explain to me why. Maybe it's Phantom. Maybe it's this Phantom. Yeah, it's wait. Skippy Ohio Phantom tax. So at first I thought maybe this is like a joke for a Japanese polarity. So Ohio, right? Ohio. And then Skippity, I remember this song from like a particular group, the Skippity song, right? Not the same Skippity song that everyone's referring to. And I don't know what the heck is Phantom Tax. Like, where did they get all these things? Just saying. Try explaining that. Let them cook means it's familiar cultural imagery. The only real problem is the language barrier and specific terminology, which is a big barrier, to be fair. Yeah. It's a fun barrier to get over, though. I think it's a fun task. I have one more story about English for my to explain for my parents. My mother and father since retired from the restaurant business. However, my mother likes to work late nights, like night shift, right? Night shift at a bakery. So she like prepares baked goods for the following day and then come home after preparing the following day. And one day she asked me, what does this word mean? All right. What does this word mean? And she said sprinkles. Now, I understand. I speak a specific amount of Fujianese. However, when I thought about, I know Jimmy's. All right, fictitious, freaking Jimmy's. Imagine explaining what Jimmy's are. But this one is specifically a button. So she works at a bakery, so she has to press buttons, right? Like buttons to apply things. Like the machine has a button for sprinkles. And dear me, if it said Jimmy's, that's gonna be harder. So even if I think about how much Fujianese that I know, and even now with my limited vocabulary in Mandarin, it's still going to be very difficult to explain what the heck sprinkles are and why is it in a machine. So my mother uses a translation device way back in the day. This was a long time ago. So she still had one of those like Chinese portable translation devices prior to like the smartphone stuff, right? And now smartphone is really great. So you should probably get a reasonable definition in some way. So you say sprinkles, and I'm like, oh, it's the candy stuff, like or like tang ga在you know 蛋糕下no not 下像 right 像里 so it's on top of the cake like it got dango menu got dango menu right on top of the cake and she's like okay then why don't they just call it sugar or like sugar things or so she described the things like keri morai tong like gong tong you know jing no hi tong ya tong do ing and go meaning and the only idea I can have is well okay it's that and then she said like well what does why do I get a translator so she was on a translator and she said why does it say it has something to do with rain and I'm like that's because when and that's when it went down the rabbit hole like I'm like oh it has to do with rain because if if it rains lightly outside like 冬雨 me 多的雨 right like 下雨 but 不会大 right like not really big like not really big rain it's a sprinkle like it's sprinkling outside and then my mother asked like well what does that have to do with putting sugar on the cake I'm like well if you imagine like lightly sprinkling the sugar on top of the cake that's probably why they're called sprinkles or maybe it was called sprinkles because the sprinkles lightly coats the cake or the baked good and I'm like all right well that sucks and then that's you know this is what I mean by cake and it's actual stories all the time cake when you have to describe what cake means now you know what cook means now and you had sprinkles back in the day I don't even know what the heck how you would explain Jimmy's like it's named after a person and that's how you remember that it's I don't know I don't even know if Jimmy's are even named after a person when I think of Jimmy I think of like shaking back and forth Jimmy's is for sprinkles yeah Jimmy's regionally in the United States anyways people use instead of saying sprinkles they use Jimmy's and then edible decoration would be a great more sophisticated way of describing what sprinkles are yeah 你明天会上课吗对
我生病了，所以我不能上课。
I heard Jimmy's before. Yeah, I heard Jimmy's before. I don't know if anyone from my region called them Jimmy's, though. Oh, is that how you... Yong? Let's see. Yong? Tang? Yong Tang? 智 the heck 永汤智 oh 智长 Chicheng. Oh, is that how you say edible? Oh, I see what you did. You add edible. Edible. Oh, sugar. Okay, sugar. Oh my gosh, that's really. The 试用视频 I know what you're trying. I actually don't understand that very well, but you're saying the edible decorations made from sugar. I see sugar and decoration and make or made. I don't know what the tense is.
我生病了，所以我不能上课。我准备。
准备. Ooh.
准备。
准备. What does 准备 remind me of in Japanese? What is the phrase that the pilot of a mech say? 準備, right? 準備. This is 準備.
準備。
準備.
準備。
準備. Pretty sure it is. 準備行きます, right? When they like launch out of the cockpit or like they launch out of the dock in Mobile Suit Gundam, 準備 and 準備. This is what it always reminds me of whenever I heard 準備 in Japanese, because of yeah, it always sounds so good when someone says 準備 and 準備. 準備開始. That's get ready to start. 準備開始. Or you can say 準備行きます, like let's go, like kind of like ready set, let's go, or off we go. And I hear that all the time because I like mech shows back in the day. It always gets me pumped. Instead of like 加油, instead of 加油 and like 頑張って, right? 頑張って. And later on it became 加油 and 頑張って. But I always hear 準備 and 準備 or 始めました or 始めます or something. 始め get ready to start kind of thing.
我生病了，所以我不能上课。
我生病了。
生病了。我
不能上课。
不能上课。
所以 I need
我不能
conjunction
上课。我不能上课。我生病了，所以我不能上课。
我生病了，所以我不能上课。I caught a cold. No, I'm sick. I have became sick. Okay. I am sick. Okay. I cannot entangle. How do you read? I have no idea. I do not know either of those characters. However, I'll put it in here and say bang huai. Bang huai. I don't know how it's pronounced. Oh wait, bang huai.
Collapse.
Oops. Wait.
崩坏
Yeah, 崩坏. Collapsed. Interesting. Wow, that left character is not what I would expect on the collapse. 崩坏. Interesting. So this is read as Honkai. Oh, interesting. Honkai. As in, I mean Honkai. Honkai isn't Honkai I actually don't remember what Honkai means. Right now, the only thing going through my head is Honkai Star Rail. I don't play Honkai Star Rail. I actually don't play any MiHoYo verse things, but the only thing that comes to mind right now is Honkai Star Rail. So I'm thinking maybe it has something to do with the Chinese company that made Honkai Star Rail took the reading of the characters in Japanese and marketed the game under that. Oh, I see. Oh, that makes so much sense now. Why it doesn't make any sense in Japanese. When I first heard Honkai Star Rail, I'm like, I don't know what that means. What is the relation? Oh, okay. Makes sense. Huh. Good to know.
我最喜欢美术课。
So how did they get wait, what was it? Zenless Zero? What were the characters for Zenless Zero that they used? Hold up. Zenless Zero. What is the character read on Zenless Zone Zero? Sorry, Zenless Zone Zero. Oh no, I don't have a typewrite. There's no typewrite. Maybe it's just Zenless Zone Zero for marketing. Every time I think of Zenless Zone Zero, I think of Zen, as in like they would market it as Zen. This thing, Zen. That's what it makes me think of. Zen, as in like Zen. You know, not at all. Not at all zero. Okay. 我最喜欢美术课美术 Oh, interesting. Arts
树
美术 Oh, I can kind of get it. Yeah, Zen. Yeah. I think that would be a catchy way to market Zenless Zone Zero, or whatever it's called. I keep forgetting its name. Like I just know there's a lot of Z's in it. Yeah, Zenless Zone Zero. I kept referring to it as Zen the entire time. Not that it has any relation. There's no two Zens. There are no two Zens in it. You fed the kanji into my translator and they said in Chinese it meant completely? Interesting. Completely. Wait. Google. Hold up. Yeah, I gotta completely, huh? What does it read as?
全然
全人 Interesting. Completely. That sounds pretty good. I'm gonna make a really bad like Australian slash British joke right now. I'm curious if I'm Ren. Oh, Zen. Oh yeah, true. Ren and Zen. Yeah. I'm gonna make a Australian slash bad British joke right now. Obviously the title of that game is ZZZ. my next thought is I'm kind of curious if British people and Australian people refer to this game as ZZZ as opposed to ZZZ, and then start a fight, right? Then we start a fight, a flame war online. Is it ZZZ or ZZZ? Sorry, I'm having a little too much fun today. Oof, too much fun. 我最喜欢美术课. What is this? 美术 is butsu. Butsu something. Butsu do butsu. No. Hold. I know this. Bujutsu. No, bijutsu. Yeah, right. Yeah, bijutsu. Bijutsu. 美术 bijutsu. I guess two. Nah, it's not. People will be made into zombies by the time the flame war is over. Z. I mean, it's a long, it's a long thing. Z. I actually got really used to saying Z when I was in when I studied abroad long enough in like sometime in New Zealand. At some point, I got used to saying Z. It took less than 3 months. Or the word keen. I think keen is the culprit. Keen. That is something that was not in my lexicon. It was not in my lexicon until New Zealand. Keen. Are you keen? Are you? If I ask you, are you keen? Do you know what I mean? I almost feel like this could be a good Gen Alpha thing. Like, this could catch on. Are you keen? Like a reverse, like a 90s. I don't even know how long this is. Maybe it's less than. Maybe it's earlier than 90s. Bring it back. Bring back the word keen. The New Zealand accent really shows in the E sound. I haven't really noticed. I should really listen to some Kiwis speak. It's been so long. It has been over 16 years since I've substantially heard a Kiwi speak. So I do know that at the time you can definitely tell the difference between an Australian and a Kiwi. However, it was a little bit tough every once in a while to pick out the British. There are when we were there were a mix of British, Australians, and Kiwi, and the Kiwi and Australians, for whatever reason, had a remarkable. They were a larger sample size, and then British English, and then you have Maori, the Maori, which I just met someone who told me that they spoke Maori, which is such a small world. Before you came on, yeah. Someone said that they Yaora. I don't know how to pronounce. I don't know how to read, unfortunately, like their pronunciation. But it's a beautiful language. When we without saying too much more, when I was in New Zealand, we had an opportunity to go to I don't know where you're where if you've ever been to like a preservation reenactment. kind of thing in your wherever you are, Timmy. But it's kind of like going to a colonial reenactment in the United States, where like the people preserve like a spot to show you what it's like back in the day, right? Back in the day, like colonial times. I don't know if that's something that your country does or like wherever you're from does, but in when I was in New Zealand, we were able to go to, Kiwis are proud of their Maori culture, so we were able to go to like a village, and I put it in quotes because sometimes this can be a little bit frowned upon. Like what I mean is there are pros and cons to this. It's awesome that it allowed me to experience something. However, it can also be viewed from like the people, the natives, can be viewed as marketing, as in like, you know, over tourism and showing culture. But it was a really wonderful experience. The weirdest part, here's the weirdest part, and I know this is going to sound incredibly American or stereotype. The culture, the shock part was that fire was the only light source. Like, I kid you not, it was such a different experience when you enter a place at night. Like, it's completely, the only sources you can see are the torches. So whenever you're like going from place to place, the whole place is pitch black. Like, everything was so dark, like everything. There was no artificial lights, so there's no like fluorescent lighting of any sort. And for the record, when we were in New Zealand, we had burner phones. And before then, the smartphones were in their infancy. So smartphones were in their infancy. So you don't have like people lighting up their faces all the time. It was a time when smartphones were barely like a necessity tool. Like, you don't keep smartphones on, right? And when you go to New Zealand, you buy a different phone. Like, smartphones weren't even internationally compatible yet. So you have these little boner phones. We had a Nokia, you know, like the brick candy bar Nokia. So it doesn't even have a backlight, or it kind of does. It kind of sort of has like a bottom light, but those things will not light anything up, like, at all. So you're in this camp and you're watching them like perform their haka, right? They did a lot of haka, and then the food was prepared in a very specific way. It was so interesting. It was my only time that I've ever went to somewhere and encountered a like a nativity or like a demonstration of an older culture where there was no semblance of like modern lighting at all. Sometimes, a lot of times, you have like, you go in and there are certain structures and stuff still providing like lighting of some sort, like electricity of some sort. Spending an evening in a place where legitimately everyone had to get around without using electricity, that was really interesting. I really thought that was my favorite aspect. Like, it's the one that left such a remark. Everything was so dark. Your eyes adjust to it though. At some point your eyes adjust to it, but when you first go in, it almost feels like you're blind. Like, I could not believe how dark it is. Now, here's the thing, and here's the last catch. It was so dark looking forward and around, but it was so bright looking up, because the sky was so bright. Like, you know, the cliche about the starry skies, and like, you know, how when you're in cities and fluorescent lighting, it creates contrast, so your eyes get too adjusted to fluorescent lighting and whatnot, and the sky becomes very dim, right? But man, after a while, you sit there like 2 to 3 hours. You're eating and you're watching them perform haka, and that was really cool. I still remember some of the things. It's still a blur. It's kind of a blur now. It's getting blurrier. However, that feeling is still there. So interesting. It's not quite. This is coming from a person who doesn't camp, so I haven't gone camping or like stargazing. I didn't have much of a childhood. So those activities, there's still time for those activities. However, I was 21, I was 21 then, and that was like my first experience. I think the next closest thing I've ever done was I live in a place in the United States that there are places where there aren't any artificial lights around other than your car. So you can take a car, drive way into the middle of like a cornfield, like as far as you can see, a cornfield, and then flanked by mountains, because I live in a valley by mountains, and then you can get on top of your car and just look up, right? That's probably the closest thing. However, there's still like power lines. You can see like telephone poles and power lines, and way off the distance you could see like bits of lights and stuff. When we were in there, it was just plain black. Everything just seemed so dark for a moment. So cool. All right. I'm sorry. Such a fascinating thing. 我最喜欢美术课，美术课。
我最喜欢美术课。
美术课。
我们每个星期五有美术课。
I gave you some inspiration? Oh, well, you're welcome. Go out there, take that inspiration, make more. Oh, which, by the way, for the record, I absolutely, from that day on, and many others, when I do like stargazing, like driving out in the middle of nowhere, that's why I like anime scenes, or drawing like pictures of starry skies where you're just sitting there and looking at starry skies. So lots of like anime, and actually hats off to Shinkai does that a lot. Shinkai, the whole like the sky is so big compared to the skybox is almost eclipsing the floor, right? So oftentimes things like that are really, really great. Sometimes people don't look up very often, right? You're always looking forward and behind, but have you looked up lately? That kind of thing. I'm being a little overly sentimental now, but sometimes, every once in a while, go drive out somewhere in the middle of the area and look up. It can be very fascinating, which also is the premise of like one of the imageries in a book that I recently listened to during my wedding trip. There was a stargazer character in there. All right. 我们每个星期五有美术课，美术课。
我明天不能上美术课。
我明天不能上美术课。
这个问题很难。
这个问题很难哦。 How did I screw this up? Oh, this question is difficult. This is question difficult.
喝 喝背
네. 네?
考
How? Wait, cow?
考
Pretty sure they're just saying cow. Cow.
准
Jun. Oh, right, Jun.
喝 教室
钥匙
背
对
准
Oh, we had this. Jun. Allow.
准
Jun.
比 考
好
背 喝 考 考
It constantly sounds like how. Where is the stroke coming from? I see this. Is it this way? It's probably that way. Oh. 喝水. This is the first time I've ever learned how to express science in any dialect of Chinese. 喝水. I can't believe it took me over 37 years of my life to be able to express science to my parents. Think about just I don't know if I guess this is a multicultural problem, but I can't tell you how many different ways I had to attempt to explain what virology is to my parents. And not once did I ever use the word science because I didn't know how. Rika? Is Rika science? Oh. Well, that's very appropriate. Oh, hey. I wonder why they use a D instead. That D. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, Rika. Rika makes sense. Wow. Wait. Oh, no. There's a deep cut in Rika. Oh, there's such a deep cut in Rika. Because right, is the essence of is what they're doing with the essence of biology, right? But instead they went with 学, which is study. However, this also deals with study of. That's so interesting. Huh. I think that's probably how you read it in Japanese. In Japanese is this one. It's this in science, yeah. Rika. That's yeah. This is Rika, and then this is 科学. However, they decide to move to 学 instead of 理. B. They decided not to use B. So instead of saying like 科比, that sounds really weird. Yeah, I can see. However, 美课 what was B for? B was for something else. For studying. Oh, D. D Oh no. Oh, this is Li. Wait, is this Li or B? Hey, hang on. Geography. This geography, the study of the land, is when they used this character for the same meaning, which is interesting. Huh. Right? Let me see. Geography. Yeah. Oh, it's Li. Sorry, Li. Yeah, Li. So, Li. And you know what's even more interesting about Li? My prompt recently used D as Earth in terms of the horizon. So D, they add it with boundary. So it's the plane, the Earth boundary, which creates horizon. And this here also implies land and surface, or like perpendicular, like they both are used in subway, like chikatetsu and 地铁, and they both are identical, except one extra character, which is ke. No, ka. They added ka for under. So under the horizon, right? Under the perpendicular tie, right? Subway. I mean, it keeps going. I don't know. That's really cool. the associations just keep going. You can't you can't stop this. It's like mania.
科学
Anyways, 科学.
我没有准备。
You can make so many connections. 学 feels like the translation of ology and ethics. Yeah, in many instances, yep, 学 is a study of, yeah. And it seems like Li also works too, which is pretty cool. So you have like multiple things. It's kind of like you know, gaku, kaku, goku, yeah, kaku, and kaku also is a thing that deals with like a body of knowledge kind of thing. Yeah, gaku. Yeah, gaku and kaku. Yeah. So it's so neat. I think it's pretty neat. Yeah, daigaku. Or you can put it in language, or like I mean like a place, a group of a place too. I don't know where Coco happened though. What happened to Coco? No, let's not talk about that. You know, you have all your Gakus, and then suddenly you have Coco. What happened there? No, 我没有准备. 我没有准备, sorry.
我没有准备。
我没有准备. Wrong tone. 我没有准备. Sorry, it's 准备, not 准备. 准备. I keep thinking. Yeah, Coco. Yep. 我没有准备. 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 I did. Yes.
科学考试很难。
科学考试很难。科学考试很难。考试 oh Tests. 考试. What was Fujianese? 考试. It's close, but now I don't remember. My parents have a habit of asking me how did the exam went, like how did the test go. 你考什么考 I'm gonna have to ask them. It sounds very close though. 考试很能科学考试很能 Gakko and Gaku sounds so yeah, Gakko works. It's a euphonic change for ko, which in terms of Gakko they end up using this, right? Whoops. That's a very Asian parent thing for them to do. Yeah. Yeah, it is. No. That is definitely talking about exams. I mean, I go without saying, if you watch Stephen He, I'm kind of curious if he pronounces his last name He or he. If you watch his stuff, it's on point. It's on point. That there's I know it's supposed to be dramatic. However, it's funny because there's an ounce of truth in the thing. Obviously, I don't watch it like religiously or anything. Whenever these things come up, it's very on point. That stuff, that is how you joke about it, in my opinion. Like, if I talk to someone else, right? If I bump into a diaspora from an Asian country, often Chinese, so like more commonly Chinese here, largely because my parents are Chinese. That's how the jokes, like that's not only funny in my opinion. That's not only funny in my opinion to other people. Steven does such a wonderful job making it funny to other people, like outside of the immediate culture, but it is incredibly funny to people within the culture as well. So that's what makes him make his like content fairly universally liked. There's two grades, 100 or F. Exactly. actually you could do better. That would be what the Asian parents said. You could do better. You can do 110%. College prep and honor courses are weighted by 10% in the United States. Often are weighted by 10%. So 110. 100 is you can do more. That's an average. That's an average Asian. That's a non-Asian A. Non-Asian A. And then anything less than 100 is an Asian F. Exactly. Anything less than 100 is an Asian F. If you get 100 is a non-Asian A, because you can get 110%. You can get a weighted perfect score. So more than perfect. Yes. Also, rounding is an Asian F too. Or rounding is sort of like a non-Asian A. So if you get like a 3.98 and it rounds to a 4.0, that's kind of a non-Asian. If you get a 4.0, then that's a real A. A for Asian. I'm kidding, no one says that. and this is I'm joking. Obviously, I want to make it perfectly clear that we're joking around, because I think the overemphasis on evaluations like that can be incredibly it can be counterproductive sometimes to the benefits of educating younger minds. Sometimes jokes are great to kind of alleviate a little bit of the already unnecessary, in my opinion, sometimes unnecessary pressure on youth. I don't think Asians that are not like it's already tough, in my opinion, for Asians not from China and Japan. It's already, I can only imagine what it's like. No, actually, I can't really. I won't be able to ever. What it's like to grow up as an adolescent in like Japan or China. Would I step up to it? Probably. I mean, the one thing that I wouldn't have, exam culture is huge, yeah. Standardization. It's what keeps the baseline performance up. Consistency. You perform based on expected standardization, and that's how the consistency is created, right? Adherence is mandatory, as opposed to like well, I'm from the United States, so it's a different story. Very interesting. It's a very different culture, and living in both sides of this, you know, like living within, going back and forth, code swapping, it's been a life. Like, I can tell you, it has been a life. You have teachers that tell you, like, you have teachers that you love professionally as a student because they're from a different culture and they're incredibly nurturing and helpful. Meanwhile, you go back and operate in a culture that is never satisfied with your performance, or is rarely ever satisfied with your performance. You were watching this anime movie and the premise was the student council president possibly not getting into the university. Oh, yeah. Is this a comedy? I really hope it's a comedy, because the real ones, like if it's a adult slice of life drama or something, when you're watching anime, that stuff can get really dark, like incredibly dark. And I'll be a little bit direct here to give you an idea. We're talking about this person quitting and giving up, like, period. Is not deciding like the whole life is over. That stuff can get really dark, and I don't think it's an over exaggeration. Like, I don't actually think it's an exaggeration for most people in that situation. It kind of felt that way for me when I was in a system that didn't have that. So like when I was in college, right, obviously I encountered some of my first barriers. When I went to graduate school, I encountered some of my first obstacles, and it really did still feel like the world was about to end. And I grew up in a really wonderful system that was far more nurturing, and yet it didn't help. It didn't necessarily balance that much of the social pressures of growing up in an Asian household. It would be very different if it was like a second or like a third or fourth generation household. However, my parents are non-negotiably very, very Chinese. Yeah, so that stuff, it's tough. I don't think there are other things that made me tough too, that I don't think growing up in a you must get into Harvard, yeah, about that. I did apply. I ended up not going to Harvard. I ended up not going to a lot of places. But that was most definitely on the list. It was a choice. And there was other things too to be said. Here's one thing though. Again, we have to take a bigger perspective, right? It's not to say that I wouldn't succeed potentially if I grew up in China or in Japan or something, like wherever my parents are, because here I had different problems, or I had different things that made going to school tough. You know, xenophobia is a thing. So that is a trade-off. The trade-off of growing up in the United States as a second-gen diaspora is xenophobia. And it's there were times that my parents grew up in a time when it was a lot more prominent for xenophobia due to like geopolitical differences, right? And that still happened in my generation, and I don't know if it's going to change. It hasn't. It kind of changed a little bit. The thing is, it's more like Japan, not Chinese. So I don't know. That kind of thing I had to deal with that kind of thing. So when I meet like international students from China and Japan, oftentimes it was in a context where the world is a lot more cultured. Like the United States, one of the more diverse situations now, and I was in a diverse environment. I can't imagine what it would be like if you take like a Japanese or a Chinese student and suddenly, like, I don't know what it's like, but I have met international students who get lifted and they are immediately become the minority as opposed to the majority. And you'd be surprised at some of the types of behavior that happen. Like, and it's not more of a direct aggressive kind of thing, it's more of a passive aggressive thing, where like you can definitely tell that this person's like, well, I'm doing it right. This is how I learned to do it right. If this person doesn't like the way I do it right, then it's their problem, not my problem. So that's kind of how that works out too. How does American exchange students do in Japan? I would love to know that. I actually haven't met enough in my life to know. The things that I know are like the social media versions, and obviously social media is pre-selected for extraordinary cases, right? They would share their story not because they're average or having the average experience, but more like extraordinary experience. So those are misrepresentation, in my opinion. Not that it's a bad intention or not. Like if you see a social media representation of an American person going to Japan, it's someone who's already pre-selected to be incredibly zealous and passionate about it, not the average, right? Experience. People just avoid you sometimes. Most of the time, they avoid doing the things that make you successful. So, like, here's my thought about this, and this might be a controversial take. When people say Asians are doing well in like the United States, for example, like and what I mean by Asians, let's just say like a good number of Chinese people, they are referring to Chinese that are diaspora and have like children that are second gens, in my opinion. like those and parents that embrace the cultural norms of the United States, Like my parents embraced how to culturally be like appropriate and advantageous in the United States. It's not referring to the underrepresentation of foreigners, like other, like Chinese, like first gen Chinese, that decided not to do that. So that still exists, decided not to. So what they end up doing is they avoid having to do any of that. Avoid it at all costs. So they minimally understand, in my opinion, some of the successes. For example, there are ways that you don't necessarily have to work harder. So work harder to get results from people. So oftentimes, even my parents, you can catch my parents saying something like, oh, why don't they just do it this way, and work harder for it? Or like the work harder is implied, as in, why don't they do it this way? And then I have to oftentimes discuss with them like, well, the way you're suggesting to do this requires that they change all of these following things. And my parents are like, yeah, well, that's a better way to do things. It's like, well, it's only a better way if you have established it already. Like, like this is the social norm. My parents like, well, the social norm is wrong, as in the social norm is inefficient. I'm like, well, it's not inefficient if you know what it is. Like you don't know what they're doing. It's difficult for you to understand if you don't even want to entertain the idea of how it works in the first place. So that happens a lot in especially in my opinion, international students. It's underrepresented. How an international student, when they say Asians excel, right? That whole like a bit of a stereotype about Asian Fs if we're talking about grades. It's really, really specifically talking about Asians who decided to adapt, not Asians, which is a really louder depiction. The depiction of extraordinary success overshadows often the underrepresentation of the struggles that do happen, right? Successful restaurants being pushed out by rich landowners, for example. That stuff happens all the time. It happens not just to Chinese people and not just the United States. And that's kind of a thing that I feel is worth keeping in mind. I don't know where I'm going with this. Just the idea. I think the take-home message here is a cultural communication and exposure is fantastic. It allows one to normalize certain things, understand how to utilize certain things. Like, for example, I didn't know how to, as a kid, I wasn't told that it was okay. I know this sounds almost passé at this point. I didn't know how to get help. And you might be thinking, oh, well, that's like every kid nowadays online and stuff. It's like, yeah, okay. Right. However, there was a time when you suck it up. And one of the things that is very, very prominent, especially in male adolescence in Asian countries, and I didn't even live in an Asian country. I can live here and still feel it, is that if you have a problem, you don't know how to ask for help. You just don't know how to ask. If you ask for help, it's a sign of weakness. It's a sign of potential embarrassment. Like that's different from asking a question that you're competent enough to extract the answer. We're talking about help because you have your way out of your depth. As in, like, are you depressed? That is not asked. That's almost frowned upon. It almost seemed like a character weakness. It's a personality flaw. And that is a very real thing. In the United States, at least in my opinion, some of the things that make me incredibly much stronger and useful, in my opinion, to other people are all the things that did not exist in the Chinese household that I in the Chinese household that I was raised in. Now, here's the thing. I don't feel any resentment or regret. In fact, I use it as a way to help solve problems that my parents don't want to solve. So whenever they ask me, they come home, they're disgruntled, they get angry why that the product that they bought wasn't doing the product, like insurance didn't cover this and they couldn't resolve problems. I resolved the problem because largely I negotiate in a manner that doesn't presume that the customer is always right. That's one decorum that is awesome if you go to Japan. Awesome if you go to like certain places, right? That operates in that. However, you gotta be more prone to specific types of decorum. So competency, yeah, the image of competency does matter, and competency in cultural understanding is underrated. It's quite underrated. So whenever I see like an international student, there's a way you can be efficacious in being a mentor versus being efficacious for others. And exposure and understanding of cultural differences make you a lot more likely to adapt to those situations. How do businesses even navigate the customer is God attitude? It's a good, it's a fun I don't know. Well, I do know. I lived with it for the first 18 years of my life. I knew what it looked like. Oh, my parents did bend over backwards for all the customers, and they loved it, by the way. It was one of those things like it worked really well because and over time though it got taken for granted. Like my parents, it's different now actually. There are places where there's like no substitutions. That I don't know if you've seen that stereotype about Chinese restaurants like around the world. And so no substitutions, no substitutions, or sorry, I said do, no substitutions, no like extra something. You get what you get, right? You order and you get what you get. That was like literally the opposite of what how my parents operate in a restaurant. A customer walks in and they would, even if you know better or something, right? You know your craft, you've done this, you palate, like, I want to eat what you eat. And my parents like, sure, what do you want? And then they cook it, and then the next thing they say is like, I don't like this, can I have my money back? And then my parents navigate those things. They say, oh no, I'll fix for you, right? I'll fix for you. What else do you want? Like, oh yeah, sure. And then that's the whole life, 18 years. Like, regardless of what it is, you work it out at your expense in the restaurant. It is not that case anymore in the changing times. The customer is always right. And it's in a country that might not actually appreciate that. Maybe temporarily appreciate that. So like here's a really common one. It's another short story. Chicken wings. And this is so ironic too. There's so much coincidence. Chicken wings. So there's a way to increase the turnover time. To decrease the cooking time, right? Decreasing the cooking time. And I can tell you literally, I saw a video from a very highly regarded cook influencer, someone I watch fairly regularly, who talked about this technique as though it's some sort of restaurant hack, which, yeah, it is. And it actually improves the like overall eating and cooking experience from dinner to table thing. But back in the day, my parents would get this request for chicken wings. They know that they see chicken wings par fried already next to the fryer because the restaurant is visible, right? The restaurant. So a customer typically would say, oh, can I have a fresh one? Can I have a fresh one? As in, they want the one that's stored in the refrigerator, like in the fridge, still like coated, prepared already. And my parents would say, okay, it'll be 30 minutes, right? You'll have to wait 30 minutes to 45 minutes for it to be ready. And the person, oh yeah, okay, no worries. That's fine. Those customers, yeah, you get what you want, right? And then my parents would lift it up and say, what do you think? And they're like, oh, leave it in for longer. I want it really crispy. These are the normal interactions every, like, from day to day in my parents' restaurant, where someone literally tells, my parents would be like, oh, does this look good? You know, let them have it. And in the end of the day, most of those people were like mid, and they might not ever come back. And a lot of them end up complaining about how it tastes. And this happens with other foreign, like, diaspora restaurants all the time. And in the long run, my parents still do these things. And those customers who stay, those people who stay, ends up liking what my parents did. So that's great. So par frying. I don't know if you're familiar with par frying, but generally speaking, you quickly, you have one side that is to a certain temperature, and you quickly fry them to create like a seal for the chicken, and then you then fry it at a higher temp. You fry it at a higher temp when you're ready to serve it, right? So each morning, each day, each batch, it's par fried. Then it turns over, and you par fry more, and you turn over so that you get a crispier. It actually increases the texture experience around when you cook at a higher temperature. It's double frying, right? It's double frying, and it decreases the length, and your chicken doesn't like sit anywhere. It's one of the techniques. So that happened a lot. I'm okay with people waiting. The problem is you have to also keep in mind that the customer is out for themselves. When you are gonna have tons of customers that ask, I'll wait for 30 minutes, I'll wait for 45 minutes for this, at a takeout place with no sitting area at all, only a standing area that can accommodate like 10 people, and you suddenly have a lunch rush and everyone's saying, hey, can we have fresh chicken wings? And we would wait for 30 to 45 minutes. That line is straight out the door. It would occupy all the fryers, and my parents' restaurant could only have 2 fryers. There's enough room for 2 fryers, right? And at most, you can fry 4 orders in each. So that's 8 orders. All this stuff, that's customers, right? That is the stuff that I feel my parents could have done it differently, but that's the grit. That's the grit speaking. That's the thing that changes certain things. It could have been different. There are places, you know, like, and then you move to the thing about authenticity, right? The whole thing about authenticity and going to like a European restaurant. And the joke in the European restaurant is that don't ask to ever change anything. Don't you dare. Right? So that's why I feel like there's such a big cultural dissonance when someone describes American Chinese food as fake Chinese, and why authenticity is number one when it comes to customer satisfaction and somehow elevated quality. That's a cultural dissonance. There's American Chinese, in my opinion, is almost it almost replicates and reflects the culture of how businesses are handled, right? If something occurs rapidly long enough, it has to be changed. If it ends up being more efficient, then that's the new way. If people want more sugar, that's the way. As opposed to, this is my pride, this is my thing. If you don't like the food, then you don't have good taste. That, and there's neither way is good or bad. Like, I'm not saying there's a preferred way or not. Living in a Western culture while under an Eastern household makes me think, when I go to a place, I'm either the customer is always right, or I'm in a place where take me on a journey. Tell me what I should be experiencing. So which is it? Where am I going now, right? Like, am I going to go in and sit down for omakase, right? And, or, you know, where the Japanese omikase, right? Omakase? Where, like, I leave it up to the chef, or you go to a place and just order it any way you like. And that is interesting. I think it's a different type of experience. Little differences in protocol interactions creating such, yes, especially par frying. The way food is fried between an Asian, quote unquote Asian trend, which is no longer like an Asian exclusive thing anymore. Like, because of like the popularity of Korean fried chicken and whatnot. But I don't want to sound like an edgelord. It's not like Chinese restaurants haven't been doing, especially American Chinese restaurants haven't been already doing these techniques. There's a reason why the chicken wings sell like hotcakes, and they're sold with 4 ingredients. Like, what I mean is, the chicken wings aren't that great, as in the ingredients are not that great, because you can't afford that. You can't afford high quality ingredients and push volume and in a small restaurant. I mean, like, you don't have the luxury of people wanting to pay like $30 for chicken wings. You have people who are willing to pay $1 a wing. So you have to keep costs down. So the technique is what's compensating for the low quality ingredients. Meanwhile, you have spoiled, in my opinion, spoiled food hobbyists who goes around, in my opinion, a little offensive and call American Chinese food fake because they taste worse. Like, well, that's culturally insensitive because you don't understand what the constraints are on the ingredients. Yes, if you're willing to pay $30 to $40 with your like sliced beef, your Szechuan beef, prepared with Wagyu, by all means, give it to the fake American Chinese restaurant and have them say, you can do it this way and it'll pay for itself. Or you can understand that the context is that it tastes this good with that level of quality of ingredients. I totally agree. I'm not like debunking any myths. I totally agree that in other countries, their source, their product, right? The ingredients, you hear this all the time. The quality of the ingredients do, in fact, elevate the cuisine, regardless of its authenticity or not. The problem is, how accessible is that quality of ingredients? Do you understand how the government, your government works, how accessibility works, how immigrants obtain like ingredients and whatnot? Yes, it's very easy for an Italian to live in Italy, to know where to get quality ingredients under Italian distributors. Like, this is what happens when everyone is on the same cultural wavelength. And you might be thinking, well, there are diversity and stuff. It's like, yeah. However, there is a standard. You're a Chinese immigrant in an American English speaking, in the United States, and you need a network that can offset costs and stuff. That's not everything's already paved out. So I grow unnecessarily wary a lot of times when people say like, oh yeah, Japan has the best food, and everything in Japan is better per se. Right. So then you'd be thinking, okay, well, what's a great example of Japan coming to the US and the quality somehow dips, right? Or the perceived quality dips, even though it could be ran by the same exact person, right? It's accessibility, right? You can't change certain things. And being grateful goes a long way. Being grateful that you can eat something relatively wonderful and nutritious and sustainable enough, instead of going around showing how privileged you are. And that kind of strikes me as one of those things. Like, I don't have problems with people eating Kraft mac and cheese. I think Kraft mac and cheese is one of the American tales about what happens when poverty happens, or like a global economic depression happens in a country. Mac and cheese happens. So while people go around saying, oh yeah, this is like, it tastes like cardboard, and I mean, it probably does, or to a lot of people. The idea is we need to understand the cultural norms of what's happening. We ended up talking about efficiency in two different ways. I know, right? You gotta lump it all together. I love talking about this stuff because language learning brings all this to the front. Funny, I was eating Chinese food just 2 days ago. Szechuan beef, ooh, with egg rolls and fried rice. What's quality? How do you define quality and when? Yeah, you know what's funny? I won't talk too much more because I'm gonna run out of time. The CEO of Duolingo, I'm gonna make it related to Duolingo, was asked by the host, how do you define quality, right? Because it's very difficult to measure, right? Quality. And he had a wonderful answer. And it came down to, we do our best. We find the most experience and try our best. So it's not about the concern of whether if the metrics are standardized. The idea is, You keep trying. You aim for the quality. You go for it, right? If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. That kind of thing. For the time being. I'm paraphrasing really strongly, but I do enjoy the way he tackled a question that is incredibly undefined. Value, authenticity, and quality. That stuff, when you come down to business models and stuff, it is so difficult. これは美味しいです。Yes. これは美味しいです。Anyways. Wait, actually. Huh. I haven't seen a Rin that way. I think there might be another character. Oh, that's supposed to be Utsukushi. Oh, Utsukushi. Oh, yeah. That's what I meant. It's beautiful. It's, what is it? Beautiful? Or it's good? Sorry, Utsukushi. Sorry, I misread it because I'm thinking of, this. On top, I auto-read this next to this. Sorry. I auto-read this. Oh, you put "that's beautiful" in translate. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, I don't want to guilt trip anyone. It was a really hot take. I think in the end of the day, the world is big enough to make. I like to believe the world is big enough to make the majority of people on it happy. These are the things I think about all the time, though. I don't want anyone to like feel guilty or anything. The human experience is limited in lifetime, right? A person can only experience certain amount of lifetime. In the long run, you can only experience so much. Memories and stuff aren't transferable.
我们已经下课了。
At least, not yet. 我们已经 Oh, hey, they have they're using both. 已经下课了。I had to make sure to 已经 so 一定 which is must, and 已经 occasionally I get these guys mixed up for like usage, translational usage. So when I'm reading in English, sometimes I get these guys mixed up. So 一定 and 已经 gotta write it down a couple times. Uh, 我们已经下课了。We already have finished? English.
老师什么时候下课？老师
老师什么下课？
什么下课？
对，
老师什么时候下课？
什么时候？
时候下课。
快要考试了，我们要开始准备。
Also, I want to make it clear, in case this comes back at me later or people are more deep into it. This is one. These are some of the many perspectives, in my opinion. I think it's very, very difficult to have any particular perspectives in mind growing up in my opinion, growing up multicultural. Like it's a swirly vortex of code swapping. I specifically like to highlight the perspectives that are less represented because they're more interesting in the long run. Like they're statistically more likely to be interesting. However, it may also, I also want to iterate that that doesn't necessarily mean I don't have the same perspective as the majority of people, per se, right? Like the majority of people, where, hey, hey, Asians are good at math, aren't they? Yeah, I guess. Like, I mean, I was pretty decent at math. That's kind of like I have no reason to not share perspectives with the majority. There's a reason why there are stereotypes and whatnot. Do you have any suggestions for guided reading for learning Japanese? I'm in school for Japanese and we are going over Genki, but I want to study more. Have you tried graded readers? Oh, guided reading. Wait. Guided learning. Guided reading. Have you tried graded readers? Guided, it's not guided reading, but have you tackled comprehensible input? Just something? Oh, okay. Oh, where are you, by the way? Where are you in your thing? I think, like, I don't know if any of this stuff is, like, beyond what you're already learning, or this goes from 0 to whatever level. I don't know what the top level is, but I can't read it. Like, it goes from just starting, it goes from like 0 to whatever, so you can find out where it is. They're graded readers. You read stories based in largely relatively where your level is, so you start from the beginning and you go from level to level until you find where it starts becoming slightly incomprehensible, like slightly not comprehensible, and then you learn all the things context. So technically it's kind of guided, not really. It's up to you. It won't explain anything. You're not encouraged to explain anything. You're learning by context. So it's a comprehensible input method. And all the stories have visual aid. They all have most of them have natural native speaker. Learning by context, yeah, learning by context. You'll see, at least. Like, for example, it's gonna say like you have a word that it keeps coming up and you have no idea what it is, but each page constantly talks about the word, and there's gonna be a picture. Maybe like it's gonna be a ball. Like how you say a ball. Well, eventually you'll know that the one word that you don't know is it's ball. That kind of thing. And the idea is you start with the very first level and you read it and see if it's comprehensible. If it's all comprehensible, then you move up a level. And then you go through all the books. If one book in a level is like too much of it is not comprehensible and you can't learn by context, you go to the next book in the same level until you find another book that you can read. And the one thing that you're missing, like the 2 or 3 things that you're missing, you're learning because you know everything else around it. And that's learning by context through like comprehensible. So that's kind of the idea behind graded readers. I do that from time to time when I have time, but I don't read very often. So however, since you're doing a textbook approach and whatnot, I think that is the closest thing when it comes to like reading things. I occasionally check my level on a graded reader. There's also a more professional, like, or bigger versions of that, as in like things you have to pay for, that have more resources. So like Satori Reader is a service that does it even greater than that. Tadoku is a free service, so they're doing what they can possibly do, with full access, right? And I don't even think it's a freemium service. Like, I don't know where they get their funding. With Satori Reader, if you're like someone who has money and want like the feature-rich experience, I think Satori Reader a great way for the same experience. Maku-san, あなたの日本語はどういいですか? How good is my Japanese? How goes my Japanese? Oh, my Japanese is not good, if that's what you're asking. Or it. How goes my Japanese? It's fine. I'm kind of having a hard time comprehending that, actually. You're in school for Japanese. That's interesting. How is that going? You're a Japanese thing. You want to study more. Your Japanese class isn't providing enough study material? 快要开始了。我们要开始准备。
快要考试了，我们要开始准备。
哦，考试了。
快要考试了，我们要开始准备。
考试了。Okay. It's easier to translate at the moment. Um. 快要考试了。The lamb. What the heck? 快要考试了. The exam is coming up. I guess that's a pretty accurate way of saying that. 我们要开始准备。
快要考试了，
准备。
我们要开始准备。
准备。I keep saying 准备。准备。We need to start preparing. I don't know if I phrased my question right, but as your Japanese is how good? Yeah, that's what I thought you might have been asking. And it's not that great. It's not good at all. N5. I'm gonna say conservatively it's N5. So one semester, maybe like one semester of Japanese. Maybe like between 1 to 2 semesters of Japanese is as close as I would get to making it relatable to a university setting. You're at the same point as well? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Where it would be probably and it would be and I'm saying more of an English speaking school. So like in an English speaking school, maybe like 1 year. However, I did more than 1 year of time. So it did take me more than that. So like if you're talking about like a university, I spent more than the credits in time with that. However, I like it. I enjoy doing it this way. So I'm not concerned about going really quickly. It's been, what is it? 237 days. And 237 days, we're gonna say like a 4-hour average. So it's more than a year's credit in university. And I quite like it. I like the pace I'm going, or I enjoy keeping it at this pace. I have no like need to go much faster. Yeah, that's where I am right now in Japanese. Interestingly enough, that's also where I am in Chinese. at half the time. So I don't mind going faster or slower. However, it's about having fun for me, since it's a hobby. This is your first semester taking Japanese courses, and my teacher had me stay in the course 100 course. Okay, skip the 101 course and go to 102. Ah, I see. You have 100 in the 100 course and the 95.5 in the 102 course. Nice. Well done. Is your teacher a foreign exchange or a diaspora? As in, is your teacher a multilingual native or a international that moved recently to teach the course? Or it's neither, and it's a person who acquired Japanese but a native speaker of something else. Yeah, there are so many variances. She is Japanese native, and you have a teacher assistant. Oh, from Kumamoto. Okay, neat. That's really awesome. Are they do they use English? I imagine they use English as the bridging language. However, maybe they choose to only speak Japanese in class. How do you know their like how their English is, like how well they understand the culture that you're from? These are questions that I would love answers to, because I think there's a very big difference between having a native speaker who understands the culture of the people they're teaching versus a teacher who's teaching from the culture that they know best. Yes, they use English a lot in the 100 course, and she's practically fluent. Ah, nice. It's the same teacher for both courses. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's excellent. I imagine then, because of your grades and stuff, she teaches in a way that is like a very encouraging and resonates with you, right? That's awesome. I didn't have the chance of getting an Asian language opportunity in any way, like Chinese or Japanese. Actually, they weren't a choice. So I took Spanish, and Hispanic teachers are very well adjusted to the American culture. So like it felt as though like there's not much of a difference when it comes to like the teaching. I think there is a great compromise that a teacher has to make, where yes, it's great to try to present your culture through your native language, but at the same time you are also responsible for being able to teach people of a different culture. So it can be very important to understand what type of teacher you have, and as a student you would also know or want to pay attention to these in order to successfully navigate the course. Her tests are multiple choice, so they are very, very easy. I am overworking your sub and then seeing these jokes of tests. All right, sounds good. Hablas español? yo tomé 10 años de clases en español. Oh, muy bien. That's very, very impressive. You learned a fair amount of Spanish today. That's crazy. How'd you make time for 6 years? Or, oh, 6 class. Oh, yeah, 6 years. Dang. That's a long time. Actually, it was tiny but meaningful. Oh, well. Papas fritas. Sorry. If you watch Breaking Bad, Los Pollos de Hermanos. Sorry. Como comes with with yo. That's a good one. Con. You can use con. Como comes con yo. Yeah, your school offers Spanish courses since the 6th grade. Ah, okay. And I was always in honors, so you worked hard. You sound like a very studious student. That sounded very redundant. Keep up the good work, Depot. If it ends in S, you pair it with 2. Actually, that's a good. I mean, in a lot of cases, you're going to hit the mark, right? You gotta love those consistency generalizations, right? That's where you start. The exam is coming up. We need to start preparing. Okay.
我们
I'm saying this to myself all the time.
我们
You actually got legendary on some of the Spanish lessons with 0 errors. Solid. Solid. I actually think I'm going to be satisfied with the flagship course that is Spanish on Duolingo. Well, we'll see. It's going to be another 3 or 4 months before we see how much of my education is still there in Spanish. I didn't have 6 years. I only had 3 years. So not as much as... And my years were in high school and college. So I had college Spanish. Okay. All right, Tibby. Okay, you need to calm down. Oyala que tú tienes buenos días por todo tu día. Wait, are you leaving? Are you going off? No? Didn't you just say I hope you have good mornings throughout your life? At least that's what it sounded like. Ojalá que tú tienes buenos días por todo tu vida. I thought you were saying like a farewell or something. It's kind of out of context. You just said I hope that you have good days for all your life. Yeah. You don't see that as like a farewell. You see what I mean? Like, oh hey, yeah, good luck with all the rest of your days. And then like, are you heading off? Right? Because you're kind of expressing a send off, right? Oh, you do? Wait. No, you do have to go? Oh yeah, then take care. Take care, people. If you have to go. Yeah. Good luck with your Japanese. I would love to hear more about what's happening in your class, actually. Yeah. No, I do understand, man. I'm still not leaving. Oh. Okay. Okay. I understand. Yo comprendo. Sorry, that's such a funny misunderstanding. Okay. Yeah. What time is it, people? What time is it for you? right now. Okay.
我们，我们
快要
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 考试
考试快要考试了。
我们
我们
不要
oops
不要
我们要我们要我们要
开始
开始
准备。
It's 4 a.m. Oh, hey, you're in my same time zone. Did I know that already? Did I know that we were in the same time zone? Possibly. The most fun misunderstanding on linguistic misunderstandings? I know, right? So mountain time. Yeah, I get we're both East Coast. Wait, Peepo, you're not the one that you're not the one in New York City, are you? Or in New York? There's someone in New York, and I don't know which one it is. Or someone, and then there's one in Florida. And then there are a few in Texas, but that's different time zone. I don't think I've known anyone else from a different time. Oh, you're not in New York? Okay. You're not that... I don't remember who's in New York. Central Time, US? Oh. You're in Mass? Okay. Interesting. So you got a Japanese course in Mass. That's great to hear. Yeah. It seems you counted wrong. Wait, what do you mean by it seems you counted wrong? Oh, the mountain time. Oh, the mountain time comment. I see. I don't understand this question, guys. 我不懂。
懂
我不懂。我不懂。这问题。这 I need a counter.
议题
Maybe it's 议题问题 I mean, that sounds like a counter. 议题 Yeah, right? 议题问题 It's funny because this is saying it's one this. However, this is also a question of this unit. So it's like this unit. But because of Chinese, this thing can get dropped a lot of times when combined with something else. But then you have T twice. It's like, well, yeah, it is a one question of a question. So there's actually a Japanese US job fair exchange program that happens in Boston. I don't know if it's annual or biannual, but it's pretty big. And you're looking to prepare for it. Yeah? Someone mentioned the JET program to me yesterday, and I was thinking of doing a social experiment preparing for the end of 2025. We'll see. I forgot what which user mentioned it, but you think the JET program is a better option? Yeah. Like, I thought there was an age restriction. Oh, it was. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, it was you. So no coincidence. Yeah. I think we're gonna see what happens. So it was people from yesterday. Yes. Thank you for reminding me. I was like, why does it sound so familiar? I think it would be a fun social experiment for next year. Like I will start to prepare for it. But could be conflating. Yeah. I'm pretty sure there were more people who mentioned the JET program. I didn't know that it was not age restricted. That's probably the thing that I was like, oh yeah, that's kind of nice. I'm glad you're working towards it. the more I read about it, the more I'm like, it would be a fun social experiment. I don't really, it doesn't, I don't do things for the results. I was curious what it's like to go through the process. I haven't been in an interview in a long time, and I might be way out of touch with the interview strategy. I can earnestly say I would be lying if I didn't say I had many personal mock interview discussions with younger people who are actually doing interviews, and I haven't done an interview myself, so I could be out of date, completely out of touch. So it would be fun to go into an interview process for a different thing in the future, academically, right? Academically, obviously I'll take it as seriously as I can, although for me I'm not results oriented in terms of success. My success is learning. If I learn something, I try my best to always learn something, whether in success or failure, or however people want to depict it. I earnestly have, this is probably going to come out a little bit weird, but I earnestly have rejected the offers more than I have been rejected myself in my life, which can be a double edge. The first time, like the first couple of times that I've been rejected, they were incredibly sobering experiences. So I do most of the time tackle things that I'm incompetent in to keep myself educated and keep on learning. I think it's a very wonderful, humbling experience to consistently keep yourself in a learning process, because becoming too comfortable with what you know how to do and how skillful you are, while that is great and it could lead to a sustainable life, it does ultimately end up discouraging someone from seeking and trying to improve one's life consistently and progressively. So when one becomes like older, they get more problems and more physical problems and stuff. That when you're really crystallized in your habits, those things become harder and harder. Like, I don't mind getting older, right? It's a bit of a dead end eventually. Yeah, yeah. Anyways, I don't want to sound too morbid. I actually love looking forward to new experiences. So, life is worth experiencing. And the JET program sounds fantastic. So more on that in the future. You're gonna have to wait till November. Maybe we'll start thinking about actual plans and writing them in August. Maybe like August or September. It's gonna be great. I don't know what I want to do with your life. I see 3 ways of getting into Japan. I can either go there for school, right, and really pursue my language learning journey, and go to school in Japan for your computer science masters. That's very, very ambitious and direct. I can see that. And you can go through the Boston Job Fair. Yeah, that's what I figured you might be alluding to. So I was curious. Or finally, you can go to the JET program. I don't know what I want to do. There are many ways I can go, but you don't know. I see. How are you a college graduate already? Because you're on a computer science master, right? So did you complete your bachelor's in CS? There's also the alternative of becoming an intern, doing an internship, and that internship is a networking responsibility, trying to find like self-study your Japanese, and then being able to use that as a networking possibility through your internship with like a company or something. And tech companies are a great gateway, in my opinion. This is anecdotal from other people who are in the industry, that there's a bit of a trend for welcoming people who are in the tech industry to Japan with an aptitude for the language. So that's pretty cool. Oh, you're only a sophomore? Okay. I should just be worried about learning CS first. Yeah, that is a fair point. For JET, the main thing is making the most of it. Once you have given number, it's good to have contingency if you can't get rehired. At least this is what I've seen. Yeah, we talked about this before yesterday when Peepo brought it up. I like the idea that it is temporary, and I might actually leave after the. So the idea is the idea that you have a chance of, you need to get rehired, like you get reevaluated each year. That is the system that I am most comfortable in. I do not like, I'm not a person who likes systems that are based on seniority and tenureship. So like that leads to complacency. So if I don't get rehired, like say in the JET program, then that is a learning lesson that I'm willing to prepare myself. Not that I'm going to deliberately self-sabotage myself. In fact, there might be a great chance that I go through the 1 year and I would leave the JET program voluntarily due to like academic curiosity. Like the 1 year in JET program, might be sufficient for me to go and do something else in the future. I don't usually stay out of comfort. I tend not to try to stay out of comfort. If it involves using people's resources, right? If they don't rehire me because I don't find it academically stimulating, it means that someone else gets hired in my place, which is fantastic to me. That's kind of how I view things most of the time. I'll be honest, learning Japanese and learning computer science is going to be very difficult at some point, and you're a bit worried. Huh. You're such a hard worker though, or at least you're giving me the impression. Maybe I don't know how far you're thinking down the line. Do you think you could do well in JET? As in like, give me you? Have you already finished university and whatnot? Apparently one of the minimum requirements is that you're university graduate. Oh, you do? I mean, I wish I could tell you anything about JET. Unfortunately, I will only be able to tell you once I go through the interview process in November. My impressions are that, looking at their requirements and stuff, is that it will take more. I think the JET program, it requires a very disciplined, and this is so generic, but a person who is disciplined and passionate at the same time. So I know you're like, what is that? How do you quantify that? I'm saying more from a baseline thing. So not one that is only fueled by obligation and metrics. I think looking at what they're looking for and like the acceptance rate and the things they ask, a lot of times, like I was reading around a little bit, it requires someone who is more or know their capacities. So that might not, I can't say that's true for a great majority of college graduates. You're non-college, okay, so you have to study quite a few years and loads of immersion. They don't care about Japanese, so degree is an absolute requirement. Yeah. It's about competence of oneself. Like I'm looking at the metrics and looking at their acceptance. Actually, I kind of looked at people who wanted to share about their JET experience. Usually it deals with the competency side of things. Your level of like whatever you learned is okay. They're looking for merit of like aptitude. So both disciplined and passionate, sort of speak. So a degree is a minimum requirement. A degree demonstrates something that learning without obligations cannot demonstrate, or very difficult to demonstrate. And it's a strong pre-selection factor. Yeah. So that's kind of the impression I get. It's very, for lack of a better word, it's very Asian. And I'm certainly not a stranger to living a lifetime of that type of requirement. It's kind of exciting. Sorry, I can't think too far in the future. That's still really far in the future. So it's exciting to tackle a challenge. And if I fail, I'll fail gloriously, obviously. I'll fail trying my best. Absolutely. There are altogether 15 questions on the test. Interesting. Sorry, we are so behind today. Like, so behind. I can't believe how far behind we are. And yet, I feel like I can go for another 13 hours. My voice certainly can.
题
No.
题
Is
考试
考试 on the test. 考试有
一共
一共15
15题
Where's question at? Wait, did I screw up? Oh no, T, that is question. 15题, do I need any more? No, that's it. Actually, that's all that says. 考试考试有一共15题. Yeah. Dang it. Wrong order, probably. Yo came after 一共. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, I was thinking the same about it being very prescriptive in that way. Yeah. You can understand the government wanting to use a degree requirement to screen applicants. So yeah, it's understandable. I think the way you speak and the way you your perspectives are great. Now the problem, the thing is, you have to get the degree, right? So if you have the requirements, I actually think the aptitude, that at least the impression that you give me about how you treat and approach sharing of ideas, right? And your perspective is wide enough, like in my opinion. It's rarely that someone who engages in rhetorics and talk about like larger perspectives is someone that wouldn't be able to negotiate and compromise on like ideas that they are not exposed to. So I do wish they let you get in through interviews. Yeah, and apparently, and it holds up. Apparently, if you able to meet the minimum requirements, which is a degree, sorry, right, a lot of the generation I belong to have a college degree. 50% of applicants get a chance at interviews, and when I saw that, I'm like, yeah, sign me up, because interviews are where experience shines. It's one of those things that I wouldn't say when I was a 18 or 19-year-old. Like, what is the advantage that you have? It's not on your resume. It's an interview. Experience is there's a unfathomable, astronomically noticeable gap between someone who's experienced and who's not experienced, when an interview is a coin flip. Like, what I mean is, if if they have enough time to interview nearly half of the applicants, knowing that you're going, at least myself, knowing that I'm going to get an interview is an edge, because it promotes selection for experience over, I don't know, knowledge and research. That's one place that you can leverage your differences. Resumes and degrees and stuff, they get equivocated all the time, right? If I had a doctorate from Johns Hopkins, that doesn't necessarily mean it's any different or more or less what it means from a doctorate from like Harvard or Stanford. You might be thinking, oh yeah, but Ivy League will get you. You gotta wait for the interview. That's kind of how I feel about it. You're also getting your TESOL certificate. Oh, is that the international like language thing, right? Like it really should be gone through the JET because these TESOL courses are... Oh no, what is TESOL thing mean? That wasn't what I thought it was after you said the rest. I should probably try to get more experience in interviews as someone who is non-college. It would matter. Yes, interviews are your gateway, in my opinion. Teaching English to speakers of other... Oh yeah, that's the thing I was thinking about. Never mind. We're on the same page. The TESOL certificate. Yeah, being an ability to teach English to speakers of other languages. Yeah, go for it. Go for the JET program, people. Although you're still 2 years out, right? So you have plenty of time to continue focusing on your degree. I low-key hate how the job market uses degrees as a requirement, or at least used to. Yeah, it used to kind of now. Now, here's the thing though. The answer for me is both, right? However, it's much lax nowadays. However, I think it's lax to a detriment, not necessarily lax out of convenience. So because of the laxing of degree requirements, at least in the job market, at least how I feel in the job market in the United States, that also alleviates the need to have the basal line bump by having people willing or want to get degrees. So like the baseline has dropped. That doesn't necessarily mean those people will inherently underperform. The selection factor was to raise the baseline, right? And yeah, it sucks when you don't have a degree and you're above the baseline, right? In experience, and that can be tough. It's a pros and cons thing. Yeah, so it's partly rewarding laziness too. Yeah, so it's a tough situation. However, I do understand, and I think, in my opinion, when someone is excellent at interviews or have so much experience that interviews tend to come as an intuition, like an intuitive thing because of all the experience you have, it's night and day. It's absolutely night and day. A resounding resume propped up by whatever network or privilege you have is often completely overshadowed by someone's performance in an interview. Knowing it's almost palpable to a person, at least to the interviewer, when someone is so experienced that you ask them whatever they can do and they give you the confidence that they know what they're talking about. So, at least in my opinion. You were actually not aware of the absolute degree requirement? Yeah, I didn't know that actually. People, I looked briefly earlier yesterday and then last evening. Time feels like it's going so slow and my learning feels so stagnant. I hope you find some inspiration, people, for your learning. Stagnation. Stagnation's pretty tough. Engagement, right? Find engagement. I think I don't necessarily. I can't imagine you, based on what you describe, that your learning is actually stagnating. However, time dilates as your volume of things go up. So at some point, it will reach like a steady state, if not a diminished return or a feeling of diminished return. So finding more and more, in my opinion, more and more forms of engagement can provide that. Or extracurriculars, right? Providing extracurriculars that are not obligatory can help with reinforcing or like reinventing or introducing new ways to engage in learning, like learning through video games, learning through drawing, but it becomes relevant as you tie it back to your interest, like Japanese and computer science, right? Write a book about a phenomenon in your computer science things. Write a short story integrating creative writing into your computer science thing, right? At least in my opinion. That's usually what the philosophies are behind a liberal arts education. If you're at a liberal arts university, generally taking extracurriculars can reinvigorate tangential learning methods so that your learning itself stays fresh to keep the whole valley of despair at bay, where eventually as you're learning more and more, the time investment becomes greater and greater. So there's a feeling of proportional diminished return, which may come as a feeling of stagnation in one's learning, at least in my opinion. And that's how I typically fought against working on a thesis, because it really do feel like it's moving at a snail's pace and you can't seem to answer a question, and it takes like 6 months to answer a question only to not get the not work towards something, right? So I don't think that feeling's gonna go away as you progress as an academic. It's gonna increase, and I think starting early, developing a specific type of habit to combat that stagnation is warranted. It's very cathartic and useful. Otherwise, you can pivot from a different career, which I have enough colleagues that would suggest that rather than reinventing the wheel or reinvigorating their original outlook, they pivot. They pivot to a different career entirely. You can often take most of your learning experience and your skills that you built towards learning a specific skill and applying it to a different discipline. And that's usually why I say that's what a degree means. Like a college degree, master's degree, PhD, those are demonstrating that hopefully you have acquired all the basic foundational skills to acquire intimate knowledge and expertise in a discipline. That is timeless. So if you were to pivot into a different discipline, that experience applies to the next discipline. And that to me is why certain programs like the JET program requires a degree. That's what it means to me anyways. Whether that's true and people who have degrees acquire that, it's actually a mixed bag. A lot of people do manage to get degrees peddling the same type of learning experience and methodology that they had since high school. So that means that the differentiating factor is not even the degree, because a high school graduate would also have those techniques, right? The idea is that pre-selection is intended to largely enrich for people who have a more developed sense of learning strategy and whatnot. Would there be any non-degree requiring way of getting into Japan in a jet-like path? Ugh. I don't know what that is. I have no idea. I'm gonna be really honest here. I had no intent or aspiration to stay in Japan for a prolonged time, nor educate in any way in Japan. I might visit Japan. However, that's not a mandatory thing either. I take where my interest takes me, right? One day, maybe someone says, "Oh, I want to go to Japan, but no one wants to come with me." And it's a friend or family member or like someone I know that really needs some company. It's like, "I'll go with you. I learned Japanese. Let's go for like a couple weeks. Help you get settled down." Whatever skills that I'm acquiring or learning, I think about how I can help, like how it would allow me to better interact with someone. So when situations present themselves, I like anime, I like manga, so naturally I will express things that attract people who are interested in Japan. So I should get a little topical and understand that things, right? So I get interested by the people's interest around me. And I'm aware that the things I express, the interests I express, I would be attracting those people too. So learning Japanese is to connect with those people. Not necessarily the Japanese people. Like not necessarily. Like directly. It's indirect interaction with the Japanese culture. I'm more interested in the people I interact with now. So if suddenly lots of native Japanese people started interacting with me, then my outlook and interest might change. For now, though, it's largely Japanese language learning and like Asian culture enthusiast. So naturally, I focus more. So I have no idea about how to get into Japan at the moment, outside what people are sharing with me. Okay. 今は日本語でこれを書いてください。Is that a conjugation of say? Oh, it is. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. You know, I haven't ever used I don't even have the predicate for to say. That's interesting. In that way. As opposed to hanasu. To some government bureaucrat, it made sense. It also made their jobs easier. Yeah, they were human after all. Indeed. Alright, pre-selection. I talked about how my pre-selection works too. For like people I interact with. It's a very high pre-selection. Although the JET program has a 25% acceptance rate out of 14, on average out of 4,000 to 5,000 applicants, 1,000 of them get accepted. That's absurd. Like what I mean is absurd as in that's higher than I mentioned this yesterday. That's much higher than the stuff that I usually apply to. Like hearing 25% is that's high. And then 50% of the applicants get a chance at an interview. That's amazing. I'm used to seeing less than 5%. I think seeing 5% is great. It's great odds. When it comes to like professional positions and careers. Actually, a lot of times it's probably less than 3%. And that's you know, pretty nice thought. No. We're not. I immediately can hear the cynical people come at me and say, "But what if you didn't get accepted? Does that mean you're garbage?" It's like, no. And then that largely just means you need to you either don't fit the bill or you need to bolster your set of deficiencies to qualify for it. And there are other opportunities. At least that's how I would go about it. This is to combat the idea that some people would say, oh, this is so easy, and then suddenly someone fails it, and then that person feels absolutely destroyed. That is probably not even close to the reality of what occurred. You know, people have their own circumstances, you know, strengths and weaknesses, and opportunities. So hopefully I didn't make it sound like, oh yeah, well, what if you didn't get accepted in the JET program? Does that mean you're like, you shouldn't do anything else because it has such a high acceptance? That's, I hope that I didn't give anyone else a reason to be upset with themselves. These things happen, probabilities. You do not know the pool of candidates. You do not know what the circumstances are and whatnot. The best, in my opinion, is focusing on the present and doing your best, right? Improve yourself day in and day out. You got this. If they got rid of the degree requirement, then the acceptance rate would probably plummet. Oh, that's a fair point. And it would plummet for two massive reasons, right? And you might be thinking, what are the massive reasons? Increased applicants, decreased interviews, which means when the pool gets bigger, they have to do another form of selection because they have an increased sample size as well. So there's so many things that would decrease the overall acceptance rate. And one of the biggest is probably increased applicants, therefore less percentage of interviews, because you have to remember that this is on an annual basis around, and you need more staff, right? And then the staff will increase even more noise in the consistency of how the interview process works. Not only that, the baseline applicants are reduced, like the baseline aptitude. Like there's so many things. I can imagine it would be a whirlwind that would eventually, the readout would be definitely a lower acceptance rate for sure. Maybe a more normalized acceptance rate. I would say like less than 5%. Of course, we also, I don't know what the incentives are, because incentives can create demand, and there's so much interesting questions. It's not my field, like it's not my particular interest. Lots of fun questions though. If I were to get an interview with like a JET program administrator or something, I would ask them all these questions. It would be so much fun to get informed from like someone who's actually involved in the process. Absolutely love answering these like hypotheticals, like because they're hypotheticals largely due to the nature that I don't have privileged information. If I were advising the Minister of Education, I would advise probably a JLPT linked interview process, but that would likely be it. I want to see if you can read it. 私はこれを言いますから。私はバカです。Oh, wow. Why would you say that? You didn't actually say anything though. You just said, I'm gonna say this because you're an idiot. But you didn't actually say anything. These are altogether 15 questions on the test. Okay. Something OS placeholder. Ne? Something is placeholder. Ne? Oh, something is a placeholder. Oh, I got it. How does like saying because or therefore? Yeah. You're saying I'm saying this because I'm an idiot. Yeah, kara. Iimasu kara. I'm still not sure. I'm still using e as a as to say. That is something I don't use very often. Still, it's familiar but hard to fully piece together. Yeah, I know the feeling.
这
Sorry,
这
I really gotta finish this. No.
考试
what was it? 考试考试一共
一共
有15
15
15
题。
It's cause I'm not using the kanji for you. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, I got one more lesson and I got 15 minutes. Hold up. Oh, yeah. That's why it doesn't. I see. Uh-huh. Fair enough. Oh, okay. Very Japanese of me to get confused between the kanji wasn't used. Oh, the good thing, yeah. Yeah, for T. I mean EU, right? Yeah, the classical dealing with speech. Speech radical. Yeah. Yeah, partly because. All right. We gotta finish this lesson. And then I got 15 minutes after, so.
这个问题很难。
这个问题很难。this is question difficult. Actually, all it says is this question difficult, but that's how I got it wrong. This question is difficult. I've never bothered to intensively study grammar outside of Duolingo. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, it's understandable. I don't study. Okay, I'm the same. Like I actually no, I haven't bothered studying grammar. And yeah, I have 0 grammar books as well. For the time being. I look up grammar when I want to look up grammar. So I must incentivize myself and motivate myself to look up the specific grammar out of interest as opposed to out of intensity. I'm not doing this because I have to. I'm doing this because I want to, right? Because this is my hobby. So I want to make it clear that I'm not suggesting that other people do this if they need to do it. If you need to learn Japanese, discipline. I'm very not disciplined when it comes to grammar. Most of my hobbies are not very disciplined. They are generally from out of the necessity of desire and engagement. So naturally, of course, I'm using Duolingo. For better or for worse, I suppose.
我的
Am I unhappy? Absolutely not. You know? You know? What is this? Onaji. Oh, interesting. You can do that? Onaji desu. Interesting. Onaji desu ka? What is the same? Oh, not studying grammar, essentially. Outside. Or not owning a grammar book. I don't own a grammar book. But oh, 你的
我
right
你
你的
教室
在我
我的
的旁边。
旁边
Grammar book. Guy must send. Among other things. Indeed. What was this? Right, I made the mistake.
考试
Quantity, the adverbial before the verb.
一共
考试一共有15题。
题
What the heck is... What do you mean, what the heck is on? Same? My learning process is a mirror of how adult Japanese tend to learn English. I tend to think, which is why we end up helping each other. That's interesting. I don't actually know how Japanese adults your question, Peepo, doesn't make sense to me. You wrote... I just understood it as, like, why are you saying what the heck is onaji? The way I read this, the way you wrote it, I just think you're asking what is the same, right? Because this is this onaji desu ka? Unless you're... I don't know what you're asking then. So what? Right, what? Same it is. So what's the same? Yeah, that's kind of how I read it. I'm not sure what you were saying. Yeah, what's the same?
练
练
懂
理
是教室
这次中文考试有多少题？
I'm just trying to ask what the word onaji is. Oh, it means same. Oh. Then it would be like, probably go with something like onaji to nan desu ka? Probably something like that. The nan has to come at the end. So like nan desu ka? Yeah. So I would like quote it, I guess. Quote. Yeah, onaji wa nan desu ka works Fair enough. Quoting it would be probably the way I would go about it. Or you can say what's the meaning of? Yeah. Chigai. What the heck? Gaimasu. I'm not sure about that one. Could also use Imi? Maybe? It might be Imi. Oh yeah, but that's kanji that you wouldn't want to use until you learn it. So Gaimasu. 同じは英語で何ですか? Oh, you're gonna have to quote it, unfortunately, because that says same what English in what what by English, what form of English is same? Oh, I mean that's fine, I guess. What English? What? Interesting. Gaimas seems to mean something like, no, it's not the same. Yeah. There's a difference. Yeah. There's a difference seems to be more or less the most natural literal translation. 同じは英語で probably so the act is weird. So if you're saying how to say, if you're asking how to say, or what is in English, what is onaji in English? Okay, that's fair. I still think you probably have to quote it. So you have to use quotes and then to. It's a grammar point, but you're gonna have to quote something at some point. So onaji with these quotes, and then to as the quote. What is this? And then the rest stays the same in English. So, or say it in English, I suppose, or meaning in English. Himi. Yeah, that works too. Yeah, like this. This is a quote marker right here. So if you use to after the quotes, it's to signify that it's a quote. Yeah, that's more or less it. Yeah, that works pretty much. It works enough. At least it's understandable to me, which is kind of fun. Did you in your Japanese course, did you learn how to say what's the meaning of this or how you say this? Because I didn't yet. I didn't yet. I actually learned it from Wagotabi, the video game. That's the natural Japanese way of quoting. Yeah. Although they also add to as a marker. This is a quote marker, a quotation marker. Oftentimes you can use this to clarify as well. After a quote, after you quote something, you can this is the particle for quoting. It comes after whatever you're quoting. You're on the 7th chapter in Genki and is not in it yet. Oh, I see. Which sadly I'm not entirely able to do all the time. The natural way of quoting. I feel like I always miss like a connection. Okay.
这次中文考试有多少题？
这次中文考试有多少题？Oh, 词 can be used to quantify.
次
Oh, okay. 这次中文考试有多少题？On the Chinese exam this time? Oh man, English is kicking my butt. How many questions are there on the Chinese exam this time? Oh my gosh, English, please. Yeah. ほんでめっちゃ日本で
好
Oh, I see what you did there. It's a fun callback to earlier. Yeah. めっちゃ日本でそう
好
好
准
准
科教室背
Bay. What was Bay for?
我们下星期五会有英语考试。
I don't know how. GG. Sorry, I read day, but it's techie. Yeah, techie. I said duh. I was gonna go with duh, but it's techie. Yeah, the state of or the feeling of or a aura of. Yeah, a generalization of like kando teki or Teki. Things like appealing, stylish, healthy, traditional, teki. Of the nature of whatever's before it. Woman, 下星期五会有英语考试。OK。We will have in English. Okay, English. It's next Friday. Holy English.
我们已经下课了。
ハンバーガーはとてもアメリカ的。Yeah, that's a good one. アメリカ的。Indeed.
我们已经下课了。
そうですね。
我们已经下课了。
我们已经
已经
下课了。下
了。
为什么教室里没有人？
为什么教室里没有人？Because why is there nobody in the classroom? That's an interesting question. 为什么教室里没有人？
地理很难，我不明白的东西很多。
OMG, you were able to read that sentence. My instinct is 米国的 Eki. Sorry, I'm kidding. Interesting, but you force yourself to say America Teki. Oh, understandable. Ego Teki. Are you goated? I mean, keep up the great work, people. The great work.
地理很难，我不明白的东西很多。地理
很难。
很难。地理很难，我不明白的东西很多。我
不明白。我不明白。我不明白很多的很多的东西。
地理很难，我不明白的东西很多。
东西很多 ，really。
地理很难，我不明白的东西很多。
地理很难。
地理很难，我不明白的东西很多。
的东西
很多
，really。Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. That sounds so weird to put 很多 at the end instead of 很多东西。地理很难，我不明白的东西很多。
地理很难，我不明白的东西很多。
Man, I'm so used to hearing it the other way.
东西
Maybe I've been saying it in the wrong order. 很多东西。
很多。
Oh, that's because of English, right? A lot of stuff. So, this is saying geography is hard. Geography is difficult. I don't understand a lot of the stuff, a lot of the things. But I would put 很多 before 东西, but it's 东西很多. Interesting. The more you know.
你懂老师在说什么吗？你
懂老师。Wait.
你懂老师在说什么吗？
你懂 Oh, right, understand. 你懂老师说什么吗？
什么吗？在
说什么吗？
你懂老师在说什么吗？
你懂老师在说什么吗？ Yes, 頑張ってね。What the heck is that? Oh, people-san. Oh, okay, that's cute. People-san. I see what you did there. What the heck is that? Something machine. I see I. Something machine. Eki. Oh, 自販機。自販機は日本的多い。Listen, Timmy, I was expecting you to overachieve and write at least at least the whole thing. Don't give me that jihad business. Let me see it. Let me see it. Where's the Jido Hanbaiki?
快要考试了，我们要开始准备。开始，快要。
I'm kidding, by the way, I'm kidding.
考试。
快要考试了。我们要开始准备。Okay, I think I'm getting too stuck on that. 准备。All right, I have 15 minutes. We're gonna. It's fine. It's fine. I'll get this tonight. 地理课。
地理课。
地理。
地理课。
地理课。
It's still really impressive that there are so many people who
地理课。
self-study Japanese to a level that far exceeds where I'm currently at.
地理课。
地理课。
It really helps me appreciate
地理课。
the process. Not that
地理。
I really need it though, like to be there. I think you could translate that as I feel vending machines are typical of Japan. Yeah, which still communicates the same thing. It communicates a sentiment, at least in my opinion. 懂 不懂
懂
Oh, look at this thick boy.
看不懂
Omoi is in this, by the way.
看不懂。
看不懂。
Wait,
不
not
懂
Omoi. Yes, Omoi. Just
看
kidding.
不懂。
Wait, or am I thinking about Osoi?
不懂。
I think I might be thinking of Osoi.
不懂。
No, am I thinking of Omoi? Is this Omoi?
不懂。
看不懂。
I'm talking about this radical right here. This one.
看不懂。
By the way, when I tell Japanese people, okay, go on. Whoops. My pen like double tapped.
懂。
Feels bad, man.
不懂。
看不懂。
看不懂。
I think this is Omoi. Whoops. Why would you write that?
地理课。
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 地理。地理课。
地理。
地理。
地理
地理。地理课。
They half the time go over the moon and the prize with a sample size of 2. Oh, interesting.
地理。
Did you do this to an unsuspecting Japanese Twitch
Didi.
streamer? Is that what you did? How'd you get a sample size of 2?
教室。
Oh shit. You little hooligan.
教室
Yes. You little hooligan.
教室。
教室。
Silly goober.
教室。
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 教室，
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 I'm very exhausted.
教室
So we're going to
教室，
conserve.
教室
Conserve. It's very difficult to remember
教室
what vocabulary words there are, so we're going to be completely rely on the Hanzi section here today.
不懂，
不懂，
看不懂，
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 看不懂，懂
懂，
You must think I'm an expert in Chinese too, but that was unexpected. You think? That'd be
看
interesting.
不懂，
Interesting social experiment, I suppose. Figure out what's the minimum amount of
看不懂，
expressions you can use to give the impression that
看不懂，
you have a great aptitude in a target language. There are a lot of influencers that do that. I can tell you that.
星期六，
Whoops.
地理课，
地理课
地理，
地理课，地理，
地理课，
地理
地理，
地理地理课
地理，
地理
There is this one kid that I met that feels like they're going out of their way to speed run language learning over and over again. I don't know
教
how
室，
I don't know how that kid is doing. However, it seems like it's working for the time being.
教室，
教室
I can't imagine what that's like.
教室，
I'm too old for that, I suppose.
教室
Not
教
saying
室
I want to. More like saying too old because I don't want to.
教室，
教室，
教室
教室，
教室
This was in context of the Szechuan food. Oh, let's see. He told him I like Chinese food, to which they agreed. I see.
不
Oh, interesting. Wait, 看不懂.
懂，
They had a different definition. Interesting.
懂
懂，
I
看不懂，
suppose. 看不懂. I suppose.
看不懂，不懂，
Can't understand and don't understand is still fine.
看不懂，懂，
看不懂
I understand why
不懂。
they would
不懂
place that in there, I suppose.
不懂，
And then I said I like chopsticks. It was mostly in Chinese briefly for all of a few sentences. Well, that's lovely.
"地理课，地理，
地理
地理课，
地理课
地理课，
地理，
地理课，
I wish them the best of luck on Twitch when I left.
地理课，
地理，
地理，
You are quite friendly when it comes
教室。
to chatting and interacting with other people. Whoops.
教室，
教室，
From my sample size of 1, when you were interacting with that particular Taiwanese person.
教室，
教室，
It's very healthy.
教室，
It makes for a very
教室，
experienced person.
教室，
教室，
They willingly engage all the time. You don't have many of that
教室，
too often nowadays. At least it appears to me. Oh, shoot.
教
地理，
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 教室，
中文课，
Whoops,
中文课，
I don't want to talk about it.
学
学
校，数学，
学，数学，
教室，
教室，
地
理，
地理，
地
地理，
地理，地地理，
很难，
很能，
啤酒，
啤酒，
学校，
学校，
教室，
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 汉语课，
汉语课，
学校，
学校，
教室，
教室，Whoops,
教室，地理，
地理，
数学，
学，
地理，
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 教室，
教室，
中文课，
中文课，
学校，
学校，Whoops,
学校，数
数学。You try to connect. It makes me a bit more colorful, too colorful for some. Thankfully, I'm a foreigner, so I get something of a pass. Yeah, that's understandable. Mm-hmm. 地铁，
地理，
地理，地铁。Yeah, there's the D. Oh. 香蕉，
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 地理，
地理，
地铁站，
站，杯子，
杯子，地
地铁，地理，
乡，地理，
地理，
地铁，
地铁，铁，
地铁，地理，
理，
公共，
公共，
地理，
地理，
地铁，
铁，
地理课，
课，
英国，
This is a good junction for me to go. I think I'll be going. Oh yeah. Yeah, take care. It was a great discussion. We had a lot of great banter and talk. I don't think I can repeat this all the time though. So
就
thanks for the conversation. Ego. and yeah. I mean, oh, interesting. Oh, practice, yeah, anytime. 頑張ってください。
教室。
Fair enough.
教
室。
是
就
教室。教室。
教室就
公
寓园空
教室
就教室教室难
赢了。
好
就
oh wait, that
这就
20
教室干
教室
Okay, 15 minutes are up. Actually, you know what? Yeah. We gotta cover these things, right? So communicate at school. What do we have? We have Li, subjects. Li. So, Di Li. D self-explanatory. D and then Li is actually self-explanatory too because it's Li with a modifier. So we're fine with that, actually. It can also remind me of Di Tie as well because Tie uses intriguing. Okay. And then we have Dong. Dong. Maybe 明白 is 明白 here. They add 明白 on this list. Don't see it. Okay. Well. You know what? Don't. No, we'll wait. I've already forgotten. Classroom. What are we gonna do about classroom? We have teach as our, I guess, as our mnemonic. Teach. And then teach room. 是 Yeah, that's probably good. Be our mnemonic. 教室 Dong is fine. It has a feel. Dong. So for Dong, maybe 动不动 probably not how that works. Actually, maybe it is. 动不动 动不动 and we have T. Is T listed on it? Yeah, when T. Let's see the when T. Here's when. When T. The heck? Oh. I don't actually. That looks okay. So like yeah. Yeah. This way. And then probably this. Right. Winty. So winty. Also 是 是 something 是 yeah 考试考试 wait where the heck is 考 Am I being a pep or I don't see call. Let's double check on call. Okay. Oh, sure. Okay. Alright, that's understood. It looks like what it is. And we can use this. Sort of. No, I can't. It's very similar though. Oh, sure. Repeat. Oh wait, no slash. Oh sure. So exams, right? 等 懂不懂 then these are associated. Going down. Oh sure. What was this? Oh no, I don't remember any of those. Shu. What context was Shu? No. Just gotta remember it. Oh. 没数 which will appear 没数 oh no, I did the Japanese. I don't think that's 没数 that's gonna be a tough one to remember. 没数 没数 then there's science, which is this one. 科学，科学，科学。I am going to have such a hard problem. 科学。OK，科学，科学，科学，同学。Classroom. We can associate with classroom. 同学。Oof. 同学。Okay. Nan? What is Nan doing there? Nan. 孩子. What is 孩子 doing there? 女? What the heck? 男朋友. 男孩子. 孩子. Okay, we're gonna ignore those. Oh, actually, you know, we could put it with classmates.孩子. Sure. Wait. 孩子 is, oh, yeah. 孩子 and 女 probably 女孩子 I'm guessing. Yep. Girl and boy. That's fine. With the classmates, to grab the classmates. Check, 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 check. I don't. That is. Oh. 准备，准备好。Okay, 准备好。How do we get 准备好? Maybe before this. So 准备。Why did I write it that way? Ugh. Chuẩn bị. Is there a stroke at the top? 准备。准备 and 好。Sure. Where's 好 at? 好. Is there anything else? 很冷. Okay, 很冷. That's pretty good. 很冷. Which overlaps with this. So we can use 很冷. So these get plus 课. Okay. 中文. Yes, that's a subject. 中文. 那些 there's a very good chance of those. 那些 sure, those beeps, classes, subjects. That's fine. I might remember. Now that I made a display of it. No shit. 看不等看不懂看不懂 not 看不懂看不懂 I guess we add it to this. Okay. 像准备像下 probably for dates and finishing class and going to class. Yeah, attend class. 上课下课 Okay. So we can add it up to here. Yeah. Okay. I think this is fine. I don't think I need to review it too much. What do you have? Li. So D Li. Li. Least fine. Li. Li. Classroom can be a little bit tough. Mnemonic is to teach. So 教室懂 right 懂 and we have geography art 美 what 美术 I think my mnemonic is it sounds like tree, it kind of looks like tree, and a canvas is tree. That looks complicated. It's okay. So 美术 and then we have T like 问题 问题 and also the new one is 考试考试科学and准备 Thanks. I'm heading off now. It's too late for this. I think we're okay. This for tomorrow. Not too bad. I think we're gonna group them up. So, 美术接美术科学地理 So those are already 3 grouped together. 地理 and then dealing with the classroom you have 问题考 I remember 考试 and we have their momentary stuff, like a classroom. Yeah, I'm more likely to forget probably classroom. Although if I remember 考试, no, yeah, 考试. Oh, there's also to remember 教室. Those are homophones too. There's a homophone in there. Okay. And then 准备 is another one. And 动. All right. We'll see. It's actually it's a relatively short list of vocabulary. All right, folks, that's a wrap. We yapped for like 4 hours. Ooh, I'm really tired. Tomorrow is going to be a single prompt day. We're not doing 2 prompts tomorrow. No siree, Bob. For Inktober. All right, folks, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. Right? So until next time, right? Until next time, keep on being creative. We talked a lot about like language exchange, language learning, jet program, lots of Japanese on the side actually. Language learning is so many things to talk about. Right? So until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch you guys on the next one. 再见. Bye bye.